Hello, everybody. Happy Friday. Happy Friday. How's everybody doing today? Wow. Hello, Marie Curie. Nice to see you, Donna, Miss Donna. Jerry Lynn, nice to see you. And those that are watching at Work in the Bushes, welcome in, welcome back. We have a big coverage again today. I was going to add Nick Reiner to it because we did that yesterday. But man, there's so much on the Tepe that's so interesting. It's going to be a very interesting welcome in. Happy Friday to you, my dear, too. It's going to be a very interesting live because, well, I listened to some very interesting podcasts and discussions around the Tepe murders, and then we're going to do Jack and Lilly. And yeah, it's crazy. Donna, I have been collecting a bunch of new cases that are coming out that we haven't really had time to cover with all this. And let's fix my hat. But anyways, let's get into it. I thought I would start with something to warm our hearts up because, when we watch all this true crime, which we do, obviously, because we love it, sometimes we need a little bit of an uplift, right? So I'll show you this little cute, warm, fuzzy story for 2 minutes. Yeah, no, we're going to go through that, Jerry Lynn, honey. We're going to go through that. Yeah, we need things to uplift us. But I want to also say thank you, everybody, for being here. Because I know there's a lot of channels you can tune into, and I appreciate you being here with us and our community. And I also want to say thank you to everybody that's new and the messages that I get. And even just listening and being a true crime community and listening. Hello, my baby's army. Being a listener and being an advocate for these true crime stories is what is needed, in my opinion, right? To see that justice is served, and watching this Spencer Tepe case last night. This case is just one of the more fascinating ones for my mind on who done it, like that we're gonna hear for quite a while. But hello, Dragonfly, nice to see you. Make my day as well, community. Oh, thank you, honey. Thank you, Jalen. That's so nice to say. Yeah, we're a great group here. We've worked hard at keeping it that way. So let's keep it that way. We've worked hard at keeping it that way. Okay, a couple of minutes of something that'll warm your heart. Listen up.
4-month-old baby from Timiskaming Shores has become an internet sensation after appearing to sing along with her mother at choir practice. CTV's Madison Merrier has
a 4-month-old baby singing. Watch this. So freaking cute.
Their story.
Bernard Lafontaine posted a video for friends and family, and over 6 million views later, she's getting calls from around the world.
Sweden, Italy, there's liaisons from the USA that are working with People magazine and USA Today. And Brazil has been really, really big because Senna is named after Ayrton Senna.
Little Senna appears to be singing along as the choir performs, and her mother is not surprised as music is a big part of her family's life.
Both my husband and I are very musically inclined, and so are her grandparents and her great-grandparents. So I think probably just from the womb, always hearing music and just being the happy baby that she is, I think music will run in her blood.
Lafontaine said she posted a video of the choir's performance as a preview to their big show.
We go to choir practice together, and she loves it. We bring her little play mat, and she'll just be babbling and cooing. And she loves choir.
She only noticed Senna cooing after the song was finished, and when Lafontaine watched the video, she thought it was a great reflection of her happy baby.
The video that you're seeing is just literally how she is on a day-to-day basis. We're blessed with a very happy baby.
Lafontaine hopes the video brings people some Christmas cheer and inspires new parents to continue going out and doing the things they love.
I hope that this inspires also some parents that are on maternity leave or that are home with their child to just go out there and do things, and that the community does support bringing your child
Look
and
at
not to be
her.
afraid and stay home.
Madison Merrier, CTV News, Sudbury.
It's so friggin' cute. It's so interesting that this came up because my son-in-law's mom for my grandsons, Bridget, just put my grandson Levi, the 4-year-old, in singing and acting classes because he's been really taking. You're welcome. I needed something. Yeah, I know. It's incredible, eh? It's really incredible. 4 months old. That is incredible, But yeah, no, it's interesting because my 4-year-old grandson just found out yesterday that his other grandmother put him in acting and singing classes and it's funny, when he was born, his name's Levi, and his last name I won't tell you, but it's as country as it gets. Like and my dad's side of the family, my grandmother was a music teacher, a piano teacher, and she used to sing in the choir, and she was a part-time music teacher for years and years and years and years at the schools, but also private lessons in the house. And so I can identify. My daughters were dancers, so music is a big thing. Your dad's middle name is Levi? No way. Yeah. Anyway, so Levi's going to his first tomorrow, my 4-year-old grandson, to his first theater. And I've told you about my granddaughter, Dallas, who 2.5 was like Celine Dion on the lawn. So we're a big music family too. So I thought that was really cool. Okay, let's get into it. I just wanted to have a little bit of cheer before Salty. Hey, listening while I clean, pray for me. My yarn stash is completely tangled. Okay. We will pray for you. Oh my God. I just wanted to add a little cheer to the morning. It's Friday and we needed a little cheer. Hang on, I got the wrong one. A little cheer here. Well, listen to this. Actually, I wanted to do the other one. Sorry. Let me go back. Let me go back. I got the wrong one first. I just have one out of order. Took the time just before jumping on to get them all in order, and then one of them got put out of order by mistake. But watch this. This is the police chief yesterday about on the Spencer and Monique Tepe murder investigation. Made an announcement, got some shocking new details that came out and some incredible podcasts. Like today's going to be super duper interesting. I was just in awe last night listening to these. But listen to this first from the police chief of Columbus regarding Spencer and Monique Tepe.
We're learning new details in the murder investigation of Spencer and Monique Tepe. The dentist and his wife were found dead on the second floor of their Wineland Park home more than a week ago now. Good evening, I'm Mike McCarthy.
I'm Terry Sullivan, in for Jessica Ralston. Columbus police say they've received numerous tips linked to a person of interest, but still no arrests have been made.
Today, Rodney Dunnigan sat down with Police Chief Elaine Bryant for the first time since these murders. Rodney?
Mike and Terry, Police Chief Elaine Bryant tells me this is a complex case with a number of moving parts. Right now, the biggest focus is surveillance video and a window of time when detectives believe these murders happened. More than a week after Spencer and Monique Tepe were found shot to death inside their Wineland Park home, Columbus police say the case remains active, ongoing, and anything but typical. Police Chief Elaine Bryant and Assistant Chief Greg Bodker sitting with us Thursday to discuss the case.
We know that there are a lot of concerns and a lot of questions surrounding this case, and we want to be able to be as transparent and answer as many of them as we can. Unfortunately, there are some things that we can't talk about for the integrity of the investigation.
Chief Bryant says the complexity comes from both the evidence gathering process and the need to verify it before drawing conclusions, especially under intense public scrutiny.
It puts a lot of stress on us, but I just want to reiterate, while this case is getting a lot of national attention, we look at all of our homicides in that manner. They all bring us stress because someone lost their lives.
Police have narrowed the likely time frame of the murders to early Tuesday morning, December 30th. That clarity led investigators to release surveillance video showing a person of interest walking through an alley near the Tepe home during those hours.
a homicide investigation, whether it's this one or another one, it's a really delicate balancing act between community safety and investigative integrity.
Assistant Chief Bodker says the decision to release the video came after detectives ensured it would not compromise the investigation. This case has garnered plenty of talk online. Bodker says they're tracking the chatter, but social media talk does not equal facts.
There are a lot of internet investigators. Much of what you see on the internet, first of all, yes, we are monitoring that. And much of what you read is just not factual.
I hate when they come out and do this. These internet people. There are numerous professionals weighing in, and that's all we've been watching, sir, with all due respect. Retired agents, NYPD agents, FBI agents, etc. And these guys are bluffing. Like, it's so obvious in cases. If you compare Camilla Almos and the sheriff coming out, almost, and how transparent they were and how fast she was found, and then the transparency, and then you listen to the RCMP and people like this. All of these FBI agents have been saying they need to come out with the public and tell the public what's going on, because we don't know if this guy is related to them. Well, he may be. In theories, or he is. We really don't know yet, especially with the new news that has just come up, which we're going to listen to shortly, which Donna brought up yesterday. And a lot of people are talking about it now, that there was on December 19th at 2:35 a.m. a 13-minute call made to 911 down the same street of somebody breaking into the house, same time frame. So I cannot stand, I guess is a bad way of, but truthfully, I have a very hard time with people like this, these kind of policing people. And a lot of people are saying, why wouldn't she do a press conference? Why did she do an interview? Because she didn't want questions. And there may be good reasons for it, but I mean, we follow enough true crime to know that we follow enough true crime to see the patterns, I guess. And the patterns of the police agencies that are transparent and on the ball appear to solve things immediately. And the police agencies who appear to not have an effing clue and tell everybody, even the public, to stay out of it are so outdated, it drives me nuts. You came out and asked for the public to help you with the picture. And then you went dead silent. And we all know that when you go dead silent, the public will fill the gaps and extrapolate and have conversations because you've left the void. You've left it open to the imagination. So that's on you guys, as far as I'm concerned. And it just, anyways, we'll keep listening, but this kind of like, it tells me about the culture in Columbus policing. And the culture is old school. And that makes me wonder if the old school is what's driving the police investigation too. Let's listen in.
We're not going to jump in on those chats and add our comments to those.
As time passes, investigators are racing to collect more surveillance footage, something police say could be critical to solving this case.
I know it's frustrating for people. I know they want answers. As soon as we're able to provide more information, we will absolutely be coming back to talk about that, to give updates, and to be able to give more information. But right now, it's premature for us to be able to say what the motive is, or we don't have a suspect identified at this point.
Police have not said why the Tepe.
In other words, we don't know jack shit. We don't know jack shit. That's not a good sign. Almost 2 weeks into this. Not a good sign.
These may have been targeted. Brian says that question remains open as investigators continue reviewing evidence.
This case is definitely disturbing. It's definitely something that we want to make sure that we pour a lot of energy into to try to address and solve. We want to bring some justice to the family.
Chief Brian says much of this case could hinge on one detail, something a neighbor or possibly a witness may not even realize is important. For now, police say patience is key as they work to bring answers to the victim's family and the community. Reporting live on your side in studio tonight, Rodney Dunnigan, ABC 6 News.
Our team coverage continues right now as we dig deeper into the murder investigation.
Steve Levine tonight is learning what investigators may be focusing on now.
While Columbus police are giving few details in connection with this double homicide near Wyland Park, we are speaking with a retired Columbus police homicide detective, giving us insight as to what he believes is being done in this investigation to catch this killer.
It's horrible that happened, but it may take time to solve.
Retired Columbus Police homicide detective Dana Farbacher talking with ABC 6 outside the home of dentist Spencer Tepe and his wife Monique, just 10 days after the couple was found shot to death in their home while their 2 young children slept feet away. With the case, with so many eyes on it, what's that pressure like?
It can be really hard. You still have people that want to try and run the investigation for you who maybe never did the job.
Farbacher served with Columbus Police as an officer and more than 20 years as a homicide detective. He retired in 2014 and tells us detectives now working hard to solve these murders.
When they get information, if they feel it's pertinent, that they'll put it out.
Columbus Police telling us right now they are combing through numerous tips they've received about this person of interest, caught on camera and seen walking by the Tepe's home around the time of the homicides.
They have to filter through all these things. If they get 50 tips, you've got to do follow-up on all 50 of those. Talk to people, figure out what is the information accurate they're trying to give you.
Farbacher not sharing his opinions on the shooting deaths, but tells us with time, he believes the culprit will be caught.
Saying was always shake the tree enough and a piece of fruit will come out.
On your side, Steve Levine, ABC.
What do you think? What do you think, everybody? Do you think this case is going to be solved? Because as of now, from what I'm hearing yesterday, there's a few people that are starting to be concerned. Few people are starting to be concerned that it's getting into a pretty long time period. As we know, the first 48 hours are the critical hours. So we're going to get into right here. This is the interview that talks about that second 911 call. And I'm actually really surprised more people aren't talking about that, because to me, it seems pretty important. There's another piece of information that you're going to find shocking in this video. So listen in.
I want to begin with a bizarre event on a street that now is at the center of the true crime universe. North 4th Street in Columbus, Ohio. Until last night, North 4th was Spencer and Monique Tepe's street. They lived at 1411 with their 2 small kids, and as you probably know, they were shot to death in the early morning hours of December 30th. The kids and the family dog were left unharmed in that bloodbath. We have played you a string of increasingly frantic calls to 911 from the morning that the Tepes were found dead, right? We have played you the bizarre back and forth between a 911 dispatcher and an unknown female who called the police from inside the Tepe house back in April and then abruptly hung up. The dispatcher called back, but the crying woman insisted she didn't need and didn't want help after all. A relative of the Tepe says that was definitely not Monique Tepe on that call. But tonight, there is yet another piece of the puzzle. On December 19th, that's 11 days before the murders, a neighbor of the Tepes called 911, 2:31 a.m., right in the window. And she said someone was, quote, smashing and, quote, banging on her door and wouldn't leave. Take a listen.
What's the emergency?
Somebody's knocking on my door. I think they're trying to get in. They're banging on my door.
Okay, someone's banging and knocking. Do you know who this is?
No.
Do you have a description of them?
No, I can't see any face going upstairs.
Have you asked them what they want or if they need something?
Okay, let me ask you this. Let me ask y'all this. Would you, at 2:30 in the morning, open the door to somebody banging on your door to see if they need anything? I wouldn't. Would you? in an area that's known to be dangerous? Would you? I find that question interesting from that 911. Exactly. Like, I think that question from the 911 operator is so bizarro in this day and age. Well, listen to this, Marie. This video is super detailed with intel here. We're going to hear about something else. Jennifer Coffendorfer is going to come up, and she found something else very interesting. Well, this is it. I'm just like, these dispatchers in this city, they need some training. I mean, no, I would not, because I know who comes over. Like, well, this is it. Like, I don't know. I feel like there's an emotional intelligence gap here. And we're going to watch a video today from a 911 operator who tells us what they could have done better and how we can be a little bit more empathetic to their job, but what she could have done better. But this Columbus, Ohio, they're old school. The police are old school just on how they're talking to the public, how they're not reporting. The 911 operators are old school. I mean, I would just be wanting to say, ma'am, if I felt comfortable to open my effing door, I wouldn't be calling 911. Like, Jesus, Murphy. Like, if I wasn't scared, I wouldn't be calling 911. So why would I open my door? Because I'm terrified. And the perpetrator trying to get into the house was there for 13 minutes. That's not a small amount of time. 13 minutes. Anyways, I'm trying to be cautious because I'm not a 911 operator. And we are going to watch a video here that does suggest we need to be a little bit more compassionate. I know they're just that there's a problem. There's a problem in Columbus. There's a problem in Columbus. Let's just say that. Okay, keep listening.
According to the dispatch logs, the quote unquote problem left at 2:44 a.m., which means that the neighbor of the Tepes dealt with 13 minutes.
It's a dangerous neighborhood. We've heard that over and over and over again. It's a dangerous neighborhood. It's 2:35 in the morning. Why would I open my door? Because I'm going to hope and pray that the person on the other end is innocent and needs help? Because what if that other end of the person, well, this is it. It's dumbfounding. Yes, you can't assume the person is bad, but you also can't assume the person is innocent.
Of this kind of terrifying behavior. Her address is said to be a 3-minute walk just up
I
the street
know,
on
this is
North
it, Donna, I
4th. And to
know.
be clear, no one in authority at this point is linking this episode to the murders, at least not publicly. They're not. In fact, when it comes to...
I am truly leaning towards drugs inside that house. And yes, it is a very curious. You're going to hear that today, Donna, when Brian Etten brings up his FBI friend. She says of all the curious things in the case, this is the most fascinating to her, that he works an hour and a half away. Why would they choose to do the commute an hour and a half away when they could have lived closer where it was cheaper and a safer neighborhood to where the dental practice is? Unless she had immediate family nearby or something was going down, these children are young enough for school age to have put them in a safer neighborhood. Dolphin says it actually happened to me. I called the police, and after a while, the person will have to, by the time the police came. So yeah, it actually did happen. Yeah, honey. Yeah, especially having the children. I know. It's very curious. Okay, let's keep listening because this is really interesting. I'm going to play the rest of it without stopping because it's a very interesting interview.
Being public, the authorities haven't said much of anything for 9 straight days.
Welcome in, Hope.
Apart from releasing that little bit of surveillance video showing a person of interest, that's what they call him, a person of interest in the alley behind the victim's house. Police say there were no signs of forced entry in the house. There was no murder weapon either, though they did find 9mm shell casings. I'm going to stop right here and run all of this past an expert. Jennifer Coffendorfer is a retired FBI agent and friend of the show. And before I get to all that stuff, Jennifer Coffendorfer, thank you for joining. You've got some news that you have discovered just by means of Google. What do you have?
Well, I tell you what, this was something that I used a lot in the Brian Kohberger Idaho 4 case. And basically, it's looking at trending on Google. In other words, who's being Googled? When are they being Googled in connection with a particular homicide? So, for instance, on the Brian Kohberger, somebody was Googling Brian Kohberger before anybody ever knew that name. And I believe that was Brian Kohberger Googling himself right after those murders up until he was arrested. In this particular situation, I noticed that somebody is Googling or Googled 1411 North 4th that you just spoke about many, many times. In fact, the peak amount of times, even compared to after the murders.
Carp DM, welcome into our membership. Thank you so much for buying a membership. I have, I don't know, 30 or 40 videos in members only. And when I'm feeling better, probably not tomorrow, next Saturday, I'm going to start to do members lives until I get a job again. I'm hoping to see if I get an interview on one job. But we will be doing members lives at least once a week. But for now, I have about 40 videos. It's $2.99 a month Canadian. I think it's the cheapest one YouTube would let me put in there. So thank you for becoming a member. I appreciate your support. Thank you.
Before the murders on December 5th. And I found that very interesting. Why?
Whoops. Let's rewind and listen to that again. There were numerous Google searches to this address on December 5th. Listen up. I'm going to rewind that.
Before the murders on December 5th. And I found that very interesting. One North 4th that you just spoke about many, many times. In fact, the peak amount of times, even compared to after the murders, before the murders on December 5th. And I found that very interesting. Why?
Yeah, to say the very least, before the murders, a lot of Google. I can only wonder, Jen, if it might have been the parties, because they were said to hold a lot of parties. I will say this, the brother-in-law who spoke with us on this program, who said that's not my sister-in-law's voice on the 911 call, he did walk back the fact that there was no party that night. He'd said there was a party that night. He's now checked his calendar and he said it was wrong, but they had parties all the time. Is it possible it could have been all the party goers Googling to find it, or are they using the address to Google?
Well, I thought it might have been, but then when I looked back at a party we know about, which is that party back in April with the phone call you spoke about, you don't see that trending. So in other words, it's not the number that you see, it's the percentage that you see. And this is the highest percentage even after the murders. So somebody was really looking at all the information related to that address.
That is not good, in my opinion. Somebody was Googling that address and she's saying it's not related to the parties. She doesn't think. And don't forget, this address also had the floor plans online because it had been a house that had sold in the recent future, past rather. So it's very curious.
In addition, if you look on November 30th, Dr. Tepe, he was actually Googled a huge percentage as well. All I'm saying is that law enforcement, and I'm sure they're already doing that, is look.
So both he and the house address were Googled a lot before the murders. Very, very interesting.
Looking at who actually committed those Google searches, Because if somebody assisted in this crime that was more of a professional, Ashley, they would want to know everything they could about Dr. Tepe and that address well in advance.
Yeah, it makes sense. What do you make of this 911 call that we're now hearing down the street? Same time frame, middle of the night, somebody banging and crashing around at their door and terrifying them for 15 minutes.
Right. Two things. First of all, this area that they're in is not a good area, Ashley. It's surrounded by some of the worst gangs and drugs and crime problem in that city. And they're, of course, trying to revitalize it.
I'm seriously starting to wonder if this person was a druggie and thought maybe he had drugs in the house as a dentist. I don't know, man. Just starting to wonder, because they're saying knew enough about arms, but not professional enough to not leave the casings behind. Somebody in the drug world, maybe? I don't know. I'm just, what day was that on? The day that the December 5th was the day Jennifer Coffendorfer reports all of the Google searches, and December 19th was the day of the 911 call down the road on the same street. So December 5th, you get a bunch of Googles. December 19th, 2 weeks later, you get the 911 call. And December 30th, 11 days later, you get the murders. Some police, Jerry Lynn, are thinking it's personal. Couple of blocks away. Yeah, but I'm just curious. I'm just curious now. I'm just wondering. Somebody said, okay, and this is just speculation, that she was shot through the heart, but from the side of the body, like she was laying on her side, which I don't know if she was in bed or what. But anyways, let's rewind this a minute. I want to continue to play it without any comments and just listening, because it's interesting.
Or Google 1411 North 4th that you just Brian Kohberger. Somebody was Googling Brian Kohberger before anybody ever knew that name. And I believe that was Brian Kohberger Googling himself right after those murders up until he was arrested. In this particular situation, I noticed that somebody is Googling or Googled 1411 North 4th that you just spoke about many, many times. In fact, the peak amount of times, even compared to after the murders, before the murders on December 5th. And I found that very interesting. Why?
Yeah, to say the very least, before the murders, a lot of Google. I can only wonder, Jen, if it might have been the parties, because they were said to hold a lot of parties. I will say this, the brother-in-law who spoke with us on this program, who said that's not my sister-in-law's voice on the 911 call, he did walk back the fact that there was no party that night. He'd said there was a party that night. He's now checked his calendar and he said it was wrong, but they had parties all the time. Is it possible it could have been all the party goers Googling to find it, or are they using the address to Google?
Well, I thought it might have been, but then when I looked back at a party we know about, which is that party back in April with the phone call you spoke about, you don't see that trending. So in other words, it's not the number that you see, it's the percentage that you see. And this is the highest percentage even after the murders. So somebody was really looking at all the information related to that address. In addition, if you look on November 30th, Dr. Tepe, he was actually Googled a huge percentage as well.
So on the day of the murder. Yeah, exactly, Joyful. It was planned. So December 5th, a bunch of Googles to their home address. December 5th. December 19th, the 911 call down the road from a nervous neighbor. In the same time frame, they're saying they're looking for evidence for between 2 and 5 a.m., where they've narrowed down this crime occurred at. And the neighbor calls 911 on December 19th. December 5th, there's a bunch of Googles for this address. December 19th, there's a 911 call at 2:35 in the morning. Somebody banging on the door just down the same street for 13 minutes. December 30th, the day of the murder, Somebody's Googling Dr. Tepe. Now, that could have been the Tepe murders could have been social media given what happened, right? But the December 5th is interesting, to say the least.
All I'm saying is that law enforcement, and I'm sure they're already doing that, is looking at who actually committed those Google searches. Because if somebody assisted in this crime that was more of a professional, Ashley, they would want to know everything they could about Dr. Tepe and that address well in advance.
Yeah, it makes sense. What do you make of this 911 call that we're now hearing down the street? Same time frame, middle of the night, somebody banging and crashing around at their door and terrifying them for 15 minutes.
Right. Two things. First of all, this area that they're in is not a good area, Ashley. It's surrounded by some of the worst gangs and drugs and crime problem in that city. And they're, of course, trying to revitalize it and get it to be a really nice, yuppie neighborhood. So because the modus operandi, if you will, seems to be different, although that time frame is significant, you can bet law enforcement is going to look at that. I don't think it's going to be related.
I am wondering,
So interesting. She doesn't think it's related. Interesting. I don't know, man.
Based on what you just said, if it's possible that this was a case of mistaken identity, some drug gang going to take out vengeance on someone they thought they knew and they got the wrong house. Is that a possibility given how unique this house is and given, how upscale it is?
I don't think with the Tepes, and let me say why. Working gangs for all of those years, this is just not how gangs operate. They come in force, they come in more than one. If it's an initiation or something like that, they are going to spray and pray with those bullets they're going to fire, and they're going to leave that house a complete mess. You would have heard that dog barking. You see how close those houses are together. Why wasn't Larry barking up a storm with this? Again, I think it's going to be somebody familiar.
That's a good point. Dogs don't bark necessarily at people who are familiar, and we don't have reports of neighbors saying the dog was barking. We did have that in the Brian Kohberger case at 1122 King Road. That's coming up a little bit in the show. We're going to talk about that. But I want to ask you about the 9mm shell casings that were found. What are the police doing with those? Because those can be a wealth of information.
They really can be. There were 3 found. So, right away, we know there were 3 bullets. We also know that there was 1 that was in Monique and 2 in Dr. Tepe, right? Because by process of elimination, he was shot, police said, more than once. So that is a wealth of information. I find it very interesting that the casings were left behind, Ashley. That tells me something in and of itself. Maybe this person was very good with guns, but not really a professional.
Yeah, that's what I always think. If they're sloppy, they're either idiots or they had to make a quick getaway. Does this scream stranger or someone they knew?
It really screams at this point somebody known to them, somebody who particularly targeted them. And let me say why I say that. First of all, lack of forced entry. The second thing is that code, that's used to get in. Imagine all the people that might have known that code with their wedding being held there, all these parties being held there. Again, we talked about Larry not barking. We talked about the fact that they could go in sort of undetected and seem to be very familiar, Ashley, with all those cameras you talked about last night. All of that adds up to somebody familiar with them and the property.
Well, Jen, I hope that they're doing a lot more behind the scenes than it appears out here, because it's been crickets from this police department in Columbus. Come back on the show. Thank you.
Yesterday, we also read an article, thank you, Donna, for sending, and nobody else is talking about it. Rangs do not leave anyone to take out. Yeah, I don't think it's a gang either, but maybe somebody, it's just interesting. Nobody's talking about the fact that he's a dentist. Did he have narcotics medical narcotics that somebody wanted access to? I mean, it'd be curious, right? It'd be really curious to find that out. Maybe somebody knew he kept drugs at home. I mean, I don't know. We're just speculating here, of course. But we also talked yesterday about the fact that there was somebody that saw them talking to a man outside on the night of the murders for a half an hour. And yet nobody's talking about that. I don't know what kind of a report that was, how legitimate it was, because we're not hearing other people talking about it. Yeah, so I was just curious to see whether or not there's any truth to that report, you know? Okay, we're gonna listen here. This is a phenomenal courtroom confidential broadcast here with Grizzly True Crime, and again we've got it's just going to be a long show. We got amazing discussions on this case to listen to.
In a move no one saw coming, high-profile defense attorney Alan Jackson abruptly withdraws from the murder case of Nick Reiner, accused of killing his Hollywood legend father Rob Reiner and his mother Michelle Reiner. Plus, police have more questions than answers surrounding the murder of an Ohio couple shot to death in their bedroom while their young children remain unharmed. All this tonight on Courtroom Confidential. Good evening and welcome to a very special Thursday night live edition from Courtroom Confidential, the fastest growing true crime news channel on YouTube. It is Thursday, January 8th, 2026. Yes, we're already into January. We're already into 2026. We're already a week in, by the way, folks. You've already had your first week of 2026. Thank you, everybody, so much for being here. Sorry that we had to move it from our regular Wednesday to our Thursday, but I was flying, and as much as I wanted to, I couldn't do it from the air. They just simply won't let you. They don't have streaming services set up from airplanes just yet. When they do, we'll let you know.
I mean, I agree, Krista, or Hope, rather, sweetie. I agree, Hope. But I also think if you know you have kids and you know you live in a dangerous neighborhood, why wouldn't you have Ring cameras and an alarm, especially when you're handing out your keypad to everybody code? So I'm just wondering if these people were naive to the dangers, or just, you know, people that were so happy and so oblivious to, you know, that they see everything through rose-colored glasses. They just never thought it would happen to them, you know? I don't know. We really don't know. It's all speculation, but let's listen in.
But thank you guys for being here. I see Rainy Day and Freckle Feet Kittens. That's a new one. Good to see you.
I'm going to fast forward it here until he gets his guest in.
Subscribe if you haven't already. Share this with anyone you think might enjoy. But let me go ahead and shut up and get my guest on here. Gisela, how are you?
I'm doing great, Josh. How are you? It's great to be back. Hello, everybody.
I'm doing fantastic. I'm tired. If you're asking me to complain, I will happily complain. I'm tired. I'm not running on much sleep. I'm a little bit under the weather, but I'm actually in a really fantastic mood. And a lot of that has to do with you. So thank you so much for showing up tonight. And I'm glad that we were able to make this work with the time difference between us. We have a bunch of Grizzlies already in the chat. I expect to see the chat just filled up with grizzly little teddy bears. But I'm really excited to talk to you about these cases in particular. The first.
So, Anna Roland, welcome in, honey. You're saying that it has tons of security cameras. Why are they asking for cameras then? Where did you hear that? I'm going to stop talking. I'm just going to show your comments because I really want to get through today and we have a lot to listen to.
This one I'm a little more familiar on. I've been following this one closely. And I know that you have as well, but it had a really shocking development, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts. So just to catch everyone up, Nick Reiner, he's 32 years old. He's accused of murdering his parents. The reason that the whole world was shocked by this is that his dad happens to be Rob Reiner.
Oh, hang on. I was going to play this at first because I was going to cover Nick Reiner, but let's keep going. We've decided not to. Too much to talk about today.
Color my brow statements.
Yeah, right.
Like, I was just also looking at the people's faces behind him. Like,
yeah.
What is he saying? Like, has and will speculate. Okay, so his siblings or the family, inheritance, or whatever. Like,
hang on.
At the public defender. This is not about Alan was too sure to come back to haunt him, for sure. Yeah. At a gas station.
Hang on, guys. I'm sorry.
Right?
Yeah.
But he was being supported by his
parents. He has no idea what's going on
here, and gifting the Court and Confidential membership. Appreciate you. Court Dog Daniel, one of my bros, says Nick just didn't agree to use.
Did they willingly open the?
He had to use a word like fascinating because we are talking about two people that lost their lives, but it is just such a mystery to me.
Yes.
So Spencer and Monique Tepe, and I hope I'm saying that name right. He was 37, she was 39. They were found inside their Columbus, Ohio home on December 30th. They believe that the murder took place. There's the home, which is interesting, by the way, because that's a 2-story home. It's going to become kind of important for some information here in a second.
Thank you, Anna.
They believe that the murder took place sometime between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m. He had several gunshot wounds. She had one to the chest. They had a daughter, age 4, and a son, age 1, who were still inside the home unharmed. No signs of forced entry, no weapon recovered, and police have already ruled out murder-suicide. I don't think I've missed anything, but Gisela, jump in. What in the world is going on here? I mean, it's like a complete mystery, no?
Right. So December 30th, 2025, between 2 and 5 a.m. That's also an odd time to target a couple. So that's already weird. Then there's no sign of forced entry. I'm like, my goodness. So if it was like a robbery or somebody banging on the door or something, did they willingly open the door? There was somebody that made, I'm sure you'd seen this maybe today, that there's all these 911 calls being reported. There's the ones with the coworkers and the friends, and then there's another one where there was a domestic dispute reported, which wasn't Monique. And then there was another one that was reported today. It was just a couple of houses down, a 3-minute walk, where they said the woman called 911 at 2:30 in the morning and said someone is banging on my door. They're trying to get in. Like, they're literally moving the handle. They're trying to get in. And they're like, okay, like, do you know them? Did you ask them if they need help? I'm like, don't do that. But anyway, they asked all those questions, and then they filed it as the problem went away. I'm like, whoa. So if it was someone like that really wanting to get in, see, now their mental health, I would question. If there's some kind of voice directing them to do something, I'd be concerned about that. That's one thought I had.
Just so I'm clear, you're saying that prior 911 was made by the Tepes?
No, there was okay, so I referred to a few now. So firstly, you know, there's the 4 911 calls
there's
from
the one that was like made
welfare checks, right?
It was not hers, yeah.
Yes, there was another one which wasn't hers. It was maybe someone at the house. It was from the house, but it was at a party, and it was somebody else.
That one I know about, right.
Now today, I read there was another one reported not from their house, a 3-minute walk away from the house.
Oh, okay.
House,
oh, interesting.
but in the same kind of area.
Same neighborhood with a similar idea of somebody trying
3
to
minutes from their house, walking.
Oh.
And somebody they say weeks prior, so 2 to 3 weeks prior, somebody had called 911 at 2:30 in the morning to say, somebody's trying to get into my door. They keep banging on the door. They're knocking. They're now moving the handle. They want to get in. What did I do? So
that's interesting.
That's
very interesting.
Scary. That scares me with that. That could really just be stranger danger, like a complete stranger on the loose wanting to get in someone's house to do who knows what. What's their mental health like? Either that, or, you know, you just never know, because it's such a strange targeted attack. And I don't know yet if the kids were locked in a room. It sounds like it. You know, the dogs and the kids were spared, but then the parents are shot between 2 and 5 in the morning. Like, that is a really mysterious case.
I'm going to add some more mystery to that. So maybe you have some answers. I was chatting with some other folks today about this case. And here's one of the things that first of all, one, we don't know when police arrived, was the door still unlocked? That would be a very interesting question to me.
Yes.
So, because there's the idea of, did someone come into the home or were they let into the home? Now, originally, I thought that somebody let them into the home. But I then heard somebody say that they were found in the bedroom. Have you heard this information?
Yes, and I'd read, you know, there's so much online right now as well, but I'd read somewhere that the fourth caller, because there were 4 calls for this welfare check, was inside the home, and you could hear the kids crying in the background shame, but they'd actually gone into the home and discovered their bodies in the bedroom.
In the bedroom?
And that makes, so they got in somehow. So maybe, I don't know if they were just knocking, looking, thinking maybe we shouldn't go in, and eventually thought, well, we're going in.
It occurred to me that maybe they went over because the 911 dispatcher didn't give them a lot of warm and fuzzies and confidence in her response that she was going to address it and send somebody there. And then we find out that they went to the wrong house for 40 minutes. They were not at the right house, the police. Did you hear that? The story is just wild. Let's keep listening.
Which now also makes sense with what came out today, where they said the cops went to the wrong address first. So they took 40 minutes to actually come out after the welfare calls were made. So maybe all the friends were standing there like, look, man, we're going to have to now go. We're just going to have to go in. Maybe that's how maybe it was just unlocked.
Here was my theory originally, is I had thought, okay, that time frame, the time thing is such a bizarre thing to me. 2 o'clock, you know, between 2 and 5 in the morning. So I thought maybe somebody pounds on their door and they go downstairs to let that person in, and that person shoots them both to death. Can't be true according to what we know now, unless that person then forced them back into their own bedroom, right?
Right.
Now it sounds like someone gained entry to that home without force. So they either had a key, or there was maybe a code to get into the door, or the door was left unlocked. Seems highly unlikely. I understand that neighborhood's not the greatest. And then that person made their way upstairs and murders them. And this person doesn't appear to want to be doing any other crime inside the home, because didn't rifle through the belongings, didn't steal anything, just marches upstairs to the bedroom. I'm assuming upstairs because it's a two-story place.
Yes, yeah.
Marches into the bedroom, shoots them both, and then leaves. One other thing, and then I'll let you jump in. The other reason why I don't think this is some sort of random act is if you're still trying to go with the theory of maybe this was a person trying to commit another crime and got caught, why do you nearly unload on the husband and then only shoot the wife once? If you're really just caught, this person was rummaging around looking for, I don't know, jewels, some sort of cat burglar, and they get caught, you would think it would be bam, bam, run out the door. But you shoot the husband multiple times, shoot the wife once. That to me is all the markings of some sort of planned hit.
Right. And I'm wondering also, they haven't ever specified where Monique's body was found. Right. So we don't know that it was in the bedroom. That's another question.
Okay, I'm going
that
going off of so many different pieces of information, and none of it, I don't know how much of it is even official, but that would change things too.
We know that
What if somebody banged on their door at 2:00 in the morning like the other neighbor, but one of them made the mistake and opened the door? Now this guy's holding them at gunpoint, drugged up. You're a dentist. Do you have drugs? I don't know. It was just hypothetical, right? And he threatens that if you don't give me the drugs, I'm going to kill your wife, and shoots her, and then gets the drugs and shoots. We don't, who freaking knows? But at this point, it's a fascinating case, because there's probably, I haven't counted, but there's probably a good 10 possible theories, 7 to 10 possible theories and scenarios that could be here. Although most of them are focused in on the personal, they knew this couple aspect. But man, it's going to be fascinating if they solve this case to what's really going on. Put in the chat below with all the theories. What do you think? What do you think is going to be the outcome of this case? Because I think we're going to get resolution. I'm not so sure it's going to happen today or tomorrow, but I would bet in the next few weeks, I would hope we're going to get resolution here. What do you think? What's your theory on this case?
Person, the fourth caller, was apparently calling from inside. You could hear the kids in the background saying, oh, they're in the bedroom. Like he actually said he could see Spencer's body, and he said there's like a pool of blood and everything, but he didn't say. No one has really talked about where she was found. So I've been wondering all along. It was like in the bathroom. Was it also in the bed? Did they see her? It's actually similar to the Reiner case we just talked about there as well. It was like, wait, where was the mom then? There's a lot reported around that too, and here too. So I don't know I wonder where Monique was found. But surely if the people went in the house, they would have seen her first. Example, if she opened the door for someone and they shot her once, and maybe their main target was Spencer, because he was shot more than once.
If she was found in the entryway or somewhere other than the bedroom, that would make a lot of sense to me, right?
Yeah,
other than now you're talking about, wait a minute, somebody shoots his wife, he doesn't get out of bed. Okay, we could sit and talk about this series for.
Yes.
Have you heard anything though? And I want to get to this. Don't remove this comment here. Have you heard anything about the door? Because whether or not that door was locked when police arrived seems like a very important piece of information to me.
Nothing definitive. I just wonder how they got into the house. The person who then saw them in the bedroom, did they know there was a key under the mat, for example? Because they had a lot of parties at the house. They said they welcomed a lot of people there. So, that also becomes tricky with the DNA analysis. There's a lot of people in and out of the house, a lot of parties there. So did somebody know there was like a spare key under the pot plant or under the mat or something? And that means then, did the person who targeted them know them? That brings up that question. Did they unlock the door, go in, commit the crime, come out, lock the door, put it under the mat? Who knows? There's so much.
I could talk to you about this for forever, but here's another thing. To go to your theory that this might have been somebody that knew them, usually in the middle of the night, your lights are not on, and it's hard to navigate in a home you've never been into to know even where the bedroom is.
Exactly.
Right? Roy94, thank you for the super chat, says, mental health seems like it's becoming more and more prevalent with these cases. Do you think the DA's office, state officials will ever analyze the stats and pass legislation for mental health care? The answer to your question is they have analyzed the stats. Will they ever pass legislation? I have no idea. I'm sure there are people who've pushed for that, and it's up to the legislatures and whatever they feel is going to get them the most votes. But I agree with you. More should be done about that. I'm going to look for some questions about this case in particular. But
Kimberly's got a good comment there. Kimberly's got a good comment. Look at the real estate photos. It was a digital lock. Oh. So does someone know the code?
I don't see her comment,
no?
but I did see.
I didn't really zoom into that. I'm going to go look, Kimberly, not now.
Somebody else pointed that out, that there is one of those locks on the digital, like, so a code. So that might also explain it. You know what I mean? Maybe somebody knew the code. But again,
it must be someone who knew them, right?
Then it has to be somebody that had, like, not only just because everybody's talking about, like, oh, what if it was a person that he owed money to, or some patient that he was upset with him or whatever. If the theory that Kimberly presents here is true, they got to know him, right? You don't know your dentist's house code. I don't care how mad you are at your dental work. You don't know his house code.
Right. And what if it was someone even from, that worked at the dental practice and maybe was let go, for example, for whatever reason? Maybe they'd been party friends before. Maybe they'd been to the house and now they're upset with whatever happened. It could be so many things. It really is a case one could explore many avenues, many rabbit holes, because it's so strange. It's so many bizarre circumstances. It almost reminds me of the Idaho 4 case, right? When it's like, wait, there was a keypad, there was a lock, there was a sliding door, like who got in where, how, all of that.
Yeah, that's a good callback. Here's an interesting thought from Rustic Dragonfly Designs. Says, could the oldest child had let the fourth caller into the house because the oldest child knew the caller?
That's a great point. And Gisela, by the way, is speculating, I think. She's assuming they're in the house because he says he sees the body. But yeah. Welcome in, Linda. Nice to see you. Welcome in, Kim. Welcome in, everybody.
Really interesting point. A 4-year-old probably knows how to open the door.
Yeah, could be. See, we don't know those details. I know there's some reporters saying the kids were like locked in a separate room. We don't know that. I've seen it written. I've seen lots of social media posts and speculation, but I don't have any confirmation of that. But yeah, if shame, my goodness, they could have opened the door for someone. But that would have been hours later, right? Between 2 and 5, and they were there at like 10 in the morning. 9:10, the friends.
Kaylin, if you don't mind putting up that still from the surveillance. So the latest that police have released is this. Pardon me. Which isn't much. And but they're calling this a person of interest, which means is cop speak for we don't even know if this is the person who did anything. We would just love to know who this is and maybe speak to them. Yeah. You could say that appears to be a person trying to hide their identity from being captured on surveillance video by having your hood up. You could also say that is pretty much how everybody looks between 2 and 5 in the morning in Columbus, Ohio in the dead of winter, right?
Even in the daytime. If I go jogging in Switzerland right now, it's snowing, I look like that. Right. You got to cover your ears. You got to try cover your face. It's pretty damn cold. So I'm sure at that time of the morning it was cold. Look at all the snow on the ground.
As long as you got your little earbuds in so you can listen to Sunday Fun Day. I don't care how you
I'll take you with everywhere. Don't worry. You come on lots of jogs with me.
But is this where things stand right now with police? This is it? This is all they've got to go on?
That's it. And I saw the update was just today. One of the reporters spoke to the police chief and they just said, be patient. Just be patient. We're piecing it all together and getting more surveillance footage. Like, okay, sure. But who the heck is that? I hope they will find them to be able to even just talk to them. Did you see anything? Did you hear anything?
Right.
Like, who is that guy? Right? Why is he walking there? Maybe he just went out. Maybe he went to a bar.
Yeah, he could be some random. I mean, I'm not joking when I say that could just be some random, unconnected person to any of this.
Yes.
And that's sad. That's all we've got so far. As far as
we don't have a timestamp there. Isn't that interesting?
Tell me, do you think that guy? Welcome in, nurse. Welcome in, Kim. The video of her ex walking. I know, Hope. Me too, honey. What type of dog they have? I don't know, but it's also curious that the dog didn't bark. Do you think this person is the suspect or not? What do you think? Put that in the chat.
It's broad. It's between 2 and 5 as well. And we're like, okay. So was it before?
Also, I don't think being very clear as to where this was taken from. Is that supposed to be in front of their house or behind their house?
I actually drove around. I drove around with my little Google man. Okay, I put him on the ground. And there's like a little alleyway behind the house. So if you're facing the house and you turn left and just go behind, there's an alleyway there, and that's where this would match up to the street and the bins and everything. So not far from the house. towards the back. Some weird little. So if someone wanted to walk through a weird little alleyway and not be seen by too many people, this would be the one.
What do you think? I've got some theories, but what do you think police are doing right now? Like where, if you are the police, where are you looking to try to find a suspect?
I'm sure the biggest piece of evidence they're analyzing now is all the ring cam they can get from all the neighbors around there. It's also strange because literally the houses next to the house have cameras. So did they not see that? Or is this person that calculated they deactivated that days before or something? You know what I mean? Like, you never know. Why do you not have footage from like right outside the house? There's cameras pointing to their porch. So did that capture nothing?
Thank you. Yes, Carptium, you're right. That's right. It was set a golden doodle. I know golden doodles. I've had a few. My daughter has one now. They're beautiful dogs. They're friendly. So, but still interesting. They're very fiercely loyal that they didn't bark, that the dog didn't bark well enough anyways to wake neighbors up.
No, did they get in a car? Did that person that walked? Surely you can trace where all they walked to. So I think they're doing that as well. Did they then get in a car? What car? Where'd they go?
Why not show us the car if they have the car?
Exactly.
I mean,
It's very mysterious.
I always hate when police will share just a little bit, but not more. And it's like, I kind of understand that, but I also feel like you're not really helping yourselves out.
I think they're keeping the public busy while they're investigating. We're all out here being, sleuthy. Like, look at this. Look what we have. But I don't know if it will actually, I don't know if that guy, you never know how it might turn out, but maybe there's nothing to it really. It's just keeping everybody very occupied while they're behind the scenes are looking also at the tower, cell phone tower dumps, everything like that. Who was in the area? That would help a lot too.
100%. You know what? You just brought up something I hadn't thought of. One advantage that they do have is between the hours of 2 and 5. And I saw that comment from, sorry, if you could put it back, the comment that said, great crap. Rob McMullen, thank you so much, saying excellent collaboration. Appreciate your super chat and kind words and generosity. One advantage they have between the hours of 2 and 5, there is not a lot of cell phone activity.
Yeah.
And what cell phone activity there is likely not going to be moving cell phone activity, right? I mean, if maybe there's some insomniac here or there checking their phone in the middle of the night, but they're likely not walking down the street or in a vehicle. So that might be some helpful information to try to track some people down. Who's cell phone active? Who is pinging off of cell phones in that area, and where are those cell phones moving?
Yeah, that and surveillance is going to be that's going to count a lot. And imagine if the person of interest, didn't have any cell phone. To me, that would be more interesting. Like,
because we know some killers know all
in the
about
car
that and decide to turn off their phones during the time they go to murder somebody. Yeah,
exactly.
Well, I also think, and then I'm going to kind of let you go on these parting thoughts here. I also think they've got to be digging through the financial records of the Tepes, the social media records of the Tepes, the internet, email, Gmail. Basically, when you've got nobody to go on, you just research the living heck out of your victims and try to find out as much about them as possible to try to find out, could there possibly anybody that would want these people dead?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it could even be a stalker of either one of them. Maybe they weren't even aware of it, in that area. You never know, because sometimes, stalkers get really obsessed and they could just go in and like, if I can't have you, no one else can.
Yeah.
You never know. So yeah, there's just a lot to consider. And if anyone's watching this from the future, we probably got updates. Check the new episodes, okay? Check the new episodes.
This one's going to likely not be one you go back and watch after months later. Gisela, thank you so much. You did do a kind of a deeper dive on this case, right? That's up on your channel. So
yes, I did a deep dive on it. I've got the 911 calls. We went over the surveillance as well. So that's there. And for now, I'm just pausing and watching everything coming out. I'm just like, and then we're just waiting to see what will the police say next.
So that's up on your channel. If there's the one or two of you that might be in the chat that are not already subscribed to Grizzly True Crime, please go subscribe right now. Do you got anything coming up that you want to share with anybody, or are you going to keep that all secret?
Well, I mean, I wish it could sound so mysterious, like it's a secret, but I really take it day by day, because you never know in true crime. When you plan something, you know it's going to change.
My sentiments exactly. True crime, you got to go. It's always fly by the night because you just don't know what's breaking and it changes. You think you have a plan. Listen up to this next interview. This is absolutely unbelievable. Love this one. I'm starting this because this is Gavin Fish. He interviews his niece here, who is a 911 operator. So it's super, super interesting. If you want to watch the full podcast, you can go do that. But this is just where he brings his niece in. Listen up.
Earlier today, and I recorded it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to play that for you. I might pause along the way. You'll be able to tell, you'll be able to tell. It says recorded earlier. You guys will be able to see what it looks like. But here is, no, I don't want to do it that way. Well, yeah, I'll do it this way. You don't need to see two of me, right? But here is my conversation with Natalie, my niece. Here we.
So Natalie, his niece, yeah, I know. Natalie, his niece, was a 911 operator and is currently a police dispatcher. So she's got a ton of experience. So she's talking to us. She starts off with a little more empathy for the 911 operator because Gavin, like I was, not you, I was critical of the 911 operator. He himself was. She gives us a little bit of insight to the difficulties of the job, but then she also makes some super duper great recommendations and errors she sees in this call. It's fascinating. Listen up.
Go. Everybody, I'd like to welcome to the show my niece, Natalie, who is a current police dispatcher out in the Western States, a former 911 dispatcher. Natty, welcome to the show. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. It's fun.
It feels weird, right?
Yeah. So you're so professional. Look at you.
I know. I've got a set and everything.
That's amazing. It
I
looks
know.
good.
I know. It's
I
great.
had to hurry and make my bed and move the laundry. So
Well, you're one
Look at my
step ahead
set.
of me. Aunt Kimberly and I have a deal that we made 26 years ago that whoever is the last to get up is the one that makes the bed. That is always me. And I make sure that it's done before 5 p.m. That is my deal.
It's great.
It has not been done yet today. Okay, let's get into the nitty gritty. The Tepe case.
Yes.
This happened out in Columbus, Ohio. A pretty newlywed couple, 5 years with 2 little kiddos, were found dead after his coworkers and friends didn't show up for work, and they became concerned like immediately. And it was one of those things, Natty, where I was like, this is refreshing, because in my day job as a reporter out here, I can't tell you how many missing persons have been missing for months before police are finally alerted to it. So I liked that. But one of the things that I didn't really like, and I tried to extend grace to people because I want grace extended to me, but talking with my viewers, we were all kind of left with a sour taste in our mouth listening to these 911 calls. My question to you is, what is your reaction to listening to these calls?
Sure. Yeah, I will say I took notes. I went back and listened to them a couple times, took a lot of notes. First thing I'll say is it's always easy for us at home to kind of be that like armchair quarterback and decide how we feel or what we would have done. There's a lot that comes into play in emergency and 911 dispatching. When I was on the job taking these emergency calls, I used to think, I might do this every single day for 12, 14 hours a day.
I'm going to pause here just for a second to answer this question from Pearl Snaps. She says, Gavin, I've called 911. It's frustrating to answer the question, fire or police. Would you ask your niece if she believes this is a smart first question? It's difficult to think clearly when calling. She answers this question. She talks about scripts. So be on the lookout for when she talks about scripts. And I think it's really insightful. It's so cool to talk to Natalie like this.
It's cool because this dispatcher went off script. Keep listening.
One, she's so grown up and so professional, which is so just awesome to me, just as her proud uncle, but also just to learn the way that dispatchers learn to do their job. It's really fun. Here we go.
But this person I'm talking to might only call 911 1 or 2 times on the worst days of their lives. So I tried to come into it with that mindset, but I will say I think I was a little bit in the minority on that, because a lot of people really get into the just repetition of, oh, here's another crazy person, here's another angry person, here's another scared person. But again, I feel like context is important of dispatch and what that job entails, how long you're there, the rapid fire between calls. It can be something as drastic as taking a parking ticket complaint straight into an aggravated DV in progress, straight to an angry man because some teenagers walked across his lawn. So there's a lot of whiplash. So I also like to try to extend grace. And my worst nightmare would be to have a call on my worst day at work being national news. That's not an excuse, because we need to hold a higher standard. But that was one of the first things I thought. Into the nitty gritty though. if you
Yeah.
want me to get into it, I
Yeah.
do have thoughts and I have notes.
Okay, before you
Um,
do, you just said something
yes.
super interesting to me. First of all, how long are shifts sitting at a dispatcher's desk? How long do you do that in a day?
That's a great question. It's going to be different from center to center, and 911 dispatch is chronically understaffed nationwide. Many states don't even view them as first responders, so you also don't get certain resources or help or regulations that like police, fire, and paramedics get. Um, so it depends. At my center, we normally worked 12-hour shifts. Um, you could work up to 14, but you had to have at least an 8-hour turnaround between shifts. And then you also have your on-call days, which when you're chronically understaffed, you're going to get called in on every on-call day. So it was not out of the ordinary to work 60, 70, 80 hours in a week, just kind of depending on what was happening at the center.
What do you think the root cause is for the chronic understaffing? Because that is a story that I've covered out here in Western Pennsylvania multiple times. I know that in the county in which I live right now, there are 3 positions open. In Clarion County, which is a few counties over, they are always advertising, trying to get I think it's one dispatcher position that they just can't fill. Why
Sure.
can't they fill it?
I think there's a lot of reasons for it. I would say the first one is just the burnout. Humans in today's day and age, and in the the popularity of true crime, I think sometimes we think we're conditioned to it. I used to love true crime, which is why I thought I'd be a great dispatcher, but it gets really real really fast. And I think the burnout is number one. I think people just get burned out. There's not enough resources. There's not enough time off. There's not enough opportunity to recuperate, even live on your shift. One of the hardest calls I ever took on my shift was in the middle of an officer involved incident where we still had the suspect at large. And all of a sudden, I'm dealing with that, and then I'm instantly on a phone call that ended up being a homicide. So there's the emotional toll is huge. And then I think, as with many industries, leadership can be a problem. Just you got to have people that are up to the task, that are ready to advocate for their people. And again, many states don't even look at dispatchers as first responders, even though I would argue we're the first responders. We're the people to triage your incident and to decide the response before anyone gets eyes on it. And so I think that on a government level, local and state government level, there's also that feeling of, well, no one actually cares. Everyone has our phone number. They can call us and treat us like trash, and no one's really looking out for the dispatcher. We're the first people to get blown up when a big incident happens, as we're seeing right now, that listening to the 911 calls and picking it apart. And it's like, people seem to care about dispatch once there's a reason to care. And I would argue law enforcement gets some of the same, and police gets, fire gets some of the same, paramedics. Public service is a tough place to be and not get burned out.
So even on you're talking about on a macro level where if you may go months at a time and feel burnout over the course of a long period of time, but also just in the shift, that whiplash of going from call to call to call. Are there enough breaks in the day? Probably not, right?
No, you have to announce when you're going to be going. We would call it going down the hall. So you had to announce in the chat, I'm going down the hall. Can someone please take my police channel that I'm on? Because there's not enough people for you to even just get up and go take a 2-minute bathroom break.
Oh, well, that's something that, hang on, this is something that I didn't realize. It's intuitive. I should have realized it. But also, not only are you talking to the people on the phone, but you are also you're dispatching. You're directing everybody else. There could be multiple responses to the same location, and you are the person that is interacting with all of those people too, right?
Yes. Sometimes you'll hear pauses in 911 calls. You've probably listened to enough of them by now that sometimes you might hear a pause when you're like, are they even listening? Are they even paying attention? This person's been talking. They haven't been reflective listening. Well, more than likely, they've muted themselves. They're on their police radio relaying what that person's telling them to give the officer insight. Because while we're listening to you on the phone, it's called a split ear, because you have the phone in one ear and you have the radio coming out at you. And you're trying to listen to the officer saying, okay, what does he look like? And you're saying to the caller, what do they look like? And then you got to tell him. And there's a lot of relay that happens. And that's especially true of smaller centers. Larger centers, they can sort of designate specific people like, hey, you're radio, you're a call taker, but in smaller centers, you're doing everything.
Oh, wow. Okay. All right. I would not survive in that environment at all. It takes a very special person to be able to do that. I remember, when you were a tiny little one, I was in a call center just doing customer service, and I wanted to die. Like at the end of every day, I just was like, what is the purpose of life? Is there meaning in the universe? It just like sucks it out of you, right? but you
Right.
guys are doing life and death. That's a little different.
Well, imagine at your call center, like, what would it look like if every single person had your phone number and could call you anytime and you have to answer? Like, that's
Yeah.
911.
Yeah. No, I'd honestly rather get shot. Maybe not dead, but like a flesh wound or something like that. Okay, let's go to your
Flesh
notes about the
Okay.
Tepe case. What are some of the things that you noticed in those recordings?
So, I mean, I think the first thing that people are going to point out is maybe overall attitude. I felt like the 911 gal that took a couple of the calls maybe had a little bit of attitude. You know, we already sent someone out there. They knocked on the front door, the back door, nobody answered. First of all, I probably wouldn't have said that. I was just, so maybe.
Sorry, everybody. Yeah. So Kim French, they are also underpaid. Yes. I just looked at our city, well, the city of Ottawa, to see if there's any jobs for 911. There's no current jobs, but it says, I won't show you, but it says very clearly in a big, and right there, and its own line in the middle of the job description. This job is not for everybody! Exclamation. So absolutely not for everybody. Now, this is the part where she gets into the criticism of the dispatcher. So let's listen carefully.
Overall attitude. But even with the man at the end, it felt to me like they were really off the cuff. So the first question I had is, what does their script look like? And I'm happy to give context if you'd like of like
Yeah.
what you're actually supposed to do.
Yeah.
So like if I answer a 911 call right now, I'm going to say 911. What in our jurisdiction, we said, what is the address of your emergency? But they say, what's the location of your emergency? Both are great. And that's like a federal thing. Like nationwide, if you call 911, you should be greeted with some variation of what is the address or location of your emergency. Like first thing.
Where is the number one question? Where?
Yeah.
My entire family on my mom's side are 911 operators. My cousin was the first firefighter to ever be hired in Ottawa, the youngest firefighter rather to ever be hired. He was one of only 4 paramedics that could do tracheotomy surgeries in the ambulance before that. My daughter is an ER doctor. My other cousin is an Ottawa police officer. And my cousin, that's both the firefighter, only firefighter now, but was both a firefighter and a paramedic. His wife is a 911 operator. So we have a lot of first responders. We have a vet. Those are my cousins. But yeah.
Because as soon as we know where, we can already send help while we're continuing to collect information from you. So where is very, very important. And sometimes callers don't want to slow down to like tell you, they're just like, you got to come right now because they're bleeding, that this happened, that, it's like, no, where are you? Because the second you tell me where, we already have help on the way. And then we'll get the details.
Got it.
So what's the location? In some places, they're going to say, is that a home, a business, or an apartment? That's going to be big in like big cities. Like we need a little more context besides just your address, because that could be an 8-story building. Like where are you?
Yeah, we heard that in the Ellen Greenberg case, right? It was on the 6th floor of an apartment building, and that I think that was the second question she asked. Yeah, holy cow, awesome. They've all got a script.
Yes, they should. Then they might get your name and phone number. People also don't want to be very patient with this sometimes, but this is also important because if something happens with the call, especially something in progress, someone takes the phone from you, something, whatever, we want to know.
Let me pause for a minute. Just for a minute, okay? For this comment from Eileen Intuit. Yes, my niece is awesome. I can't take credit for it. She is the offspring of my brother and sister-in-law, but she's rad. And I think that she is a good avatar for so many people who work as 911 and police dispatchers, people that have a certain personality and have the ability to multitask and be very reasonable and rational and logical in the way that they do things. Natalie is definitely that. Okay, we're gonna keep it going.
We were talking to, so we can start to do some tracing there. They might then say, is this Genie police, fire, or paramedics? But the next part, and this was a part of our script that I think is very, very important.
I'm interrupting again. Sorry, guys. But to answer this question, it's a major U.S. city. That's I don't want to give away her location, but it is a big population center. Let's say that in the greater area, there are a couple of million people. That's so big place. All right, keep it going.
Tell me exactly what happened. I'm not saying what happened 10 days ago. I'm like, today when you called, tell me exactly what happened. In this case, that question, they could have gotten to the root of things pretty quickly. especially I was kind of thinking toward the end when they had found the victim. Tell me exactly what happened. Well, we couldn't get a hold of him. He didn't come to work. I walked in and he's laying here in a pool of his blood. Like, it gets to the point a little bit more quickly, eliminating the fluff, especially if it's something in progress. And then from there, so that's kind of the first greeting is location, name and number, tell me exactly what happened. From there, you kind of branch into a series of questions, either law-focused questions or medical-focused questions. And I didn't really get that from the people that we were listening to, from the dispatchers. They kind of started going off the cuff. They started asking a lot of things that may not have been relevant. When you're taking a 911 call, you really need to have a clear picture of the scene. You're focused on scene safety. What are our responders walking into? You're trying to gauge, does our caller have a role here besides just reporting?
Now, is
I
there
don't
training for
know if
that?
you have
Because I would
any.
imagine, well, actually, in so many cases, the 911 call is the very first piece of like evidence that prosecutors will look at, right? So, as
Yes.
dispatchers and operators, are you trained to try to get little nuggets of information that eventually might be used during a prosecution or an investigation, let's say?
Absolutely. Every center is going to go about that a little bit differently. I would say it's a little bit reactive at times. A center will face a lawsuit for a call and they'll kind of tighten things up, or they'll have something that gets really big media attention and be like, "Ooh, we need more training on that." It's a little bit reactive. I worked at a center where the training was pretty rigorous, but it was also held over our heads all the time. Like, don't be the person on the news. Don't be that person that everyone's going to say, "Oh, why did they say that?" Make sure you can cover your butt that you did what you needed to do on your call.
Okay.
There's lots of nationwide trainings out there. Just a little side note, if you ever want to learn a little bit more about dispatch and training, you can look up the Denise Amber Lee case and the Denise Amber Lee Foundation. It was a huge case that got national news, I don't know, 15, 20 years ago, and was really a catalyst for better dispatch training. But that's just an
Now,
aside
is this
for your
something
own
where,
information.
no, that's great. Is this something where, in order to be certified as a police officer, you typically, there are exceptions to this, but you typically have to go through some type of accredited police academy, right?
Mhm.
Whether you're going to do municipal or you're going to do state or federal, whatever, there is some academy that you go to. Is there an equivalent to that within 911 dispatch?
There is. So we actually go to the police academy as well for a shortened period of time, but we go to the academy and do our training there, and we get kind of a broad spectrum like police, fire, paramedic, but then also more specific to dispatch. And you have to go through that and be certified before you can be a 911 dispatcher, and before you have access to all of the things that we have access to federal databases and things like that.
Okay. All right, cool. Okay. What else were on your notes there for the Tepe case?
Right. So again,
I
I'm
keep
not
cutting
sure
you
how
off.
like deep you want to go into stuff, but I kind of wrote out like, what did we hear and what would I do? I'm happy to
Mhm.
like walk through that if you want,
Yeah,
but
I'd love it.
I don't know. So we'll start with kind of the female that was getting the wellness check calls. In my opinion, there's some things she could have done, and then there's some things that I would have done. Um, First of all, I think starting with tell me exactly what happened, getting the age of the male, and then you should really, in a welfare call, which I took plenty of those, especially for elderly people and things like that. You want to understand who they are. You want a little bit of history. So, what is their age? Do they have any health history, any medical conditions that you know of? And you're asking these questions. The caller might not know this information, but if they do, this can be really helpful. So, any mental health concerns? Do they have any weapons in their home? Any alcohol or drug use? Do they live alone? Who lives with them? Do you have any other family members, phone numbers, or contact information? What kind of car does he drive? All of this is important to pass on to the officers, because then when those officers drive out there to their house, they can see, oh, we've got a blue minivan and a red sedan in the driveway. Oh, yep, they drive those cars. Okay, so the cars are here. They're probably
Let me just interrupt real quick to answer Spinster's question. Oh, I get it, Spinster. That's so good. We did listen to the 911 calls at the beginning of the live stream. You can go back and play it like 1.5 speed, catch up. We also listened to them a couple days ago. You can look at my live stream history. It's 2 days ago. We listened to them there as well. But if you just back up to the beginning of this video, you'll find them.
here, but they're still not answering. Well, that's going to start to give those officers that reasonable doubt of like, okay, well, if they're here, why aren't they answering? A couple things that I would be doing behind the scenes also to give some context. One of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to run his driver's license and vehicle registration. That's important information for the officers to have. For that, there's different search criteria that most people, like a coworker, would probably know: his name, date of birth, male, female, city of
Address.
residence, like
Yeah.
we can really narrow it down. With that information, I'm also going to look, does he have any weapons registered to him? Is this going to be like a suicide situation, murder, suicide? Like, is there risk there? Could this be a mental health crisis and he didn't come to work and he's freaking out and our officers are going to walk into that?
Oh, and I'm sorry
Also,
to interrupt, but that made me think of a question. I mean, do you feel a certain amount of what's what is the word that I'm looking for? Like responsibility, I guess, or
I don't know, but this comment from Spinster, I thought the Idaho 4 was another example of a horrible dispatcher. But yeah, Hope, I agree. Asking questions, and we talked about this when we researched this 2 days ago. If 30%, which is what we found when we researched, if 30% of the time the perpetrator calls 911, dispatchers should know that. Therefore, they should be asking questions to get as much information as they possibly can, in my opinion.
do you feel a responsibility for the safety of the officers that you're dispatching out there?
I absolutely do. I mean, it is like, as the dispatcher, who's to who's to tell? Like, I'm the one giving them the information straight from the caller. If I haven't exhausted the resources that I have to give them the best idea of what they're walking into and something happens, that's pretty hard to stomach. If I could have just asked one question a little bit better to save an officer from getting hurt or a paramedic from getting hurt, because that happens too. Our fire and paramedic guys, they walk into things sometimes where someone's trying to get a fix and they can be the target for that. So absolutely, I feel a responsibility to establish the scene to give them every chance of being safe and going home to their families that they can have.
Yeah, yeah. And you have to do that while balancing the world's most hectic and maybe pressure-filled job, right?
Yes. And some people forget their why. You don't know that, kind of going back to the beginning with the dispatcher's overall tone. You don't know what they just got off of. Like, it takes every shred of patience to talk to somebody about why they got a parking ticket for parking where they were not supposed to, after you just got off of a suicidal, young person who ended it. Like,
Yeah.
there's no way to adequately describe what that feels like and how you're just supposed to flip into that perfect, happy, bubbly, maybe not even happy, bubbly, but confident, professional, direct. Like, it's a lot to juggle. And if you're in a center where you're taking 911 calls and non-emergency calls, there's a lot of that whiplash going on.
Yeah, that actually, I'm starting to like. I need to repent a little bit here, because there was another case in South Carolina where a woman called into the 911 center and said, "Can you see where I am? Can you ping exactly where I am?" And the reason that she did that was to be able to. She was planning on ending her life, and she wanted her family. She wanted to make sure that she was found so that her family wouldn't wouldn't miss out on that closure. And I remember listening to that 911 call, going, "Oh my goodness, this is the worst operator ever." She tried to talk to her and stuff, tried to get her help and everything, but ultimately I was like, dude, you really need more training. But she possibly could have gotten off just moments before she took that call, another one of the worst calls to get ever, and was experiencing, what you just described as that whiplash, right? I think as a community we need to do a little bit better. The true crime community, we need to be a little more graceful towards these first responders, I think.
Yeah, and I would agree, and with the caveat that, but we're also hired to do a job. So do your job, and do your job the best you can, because these are real people. So it's the balance, right? It's the
Yeah.
balance of, like, I always want to give the grace to the dispatcher because I've been in that seat. But then I also want to be like, but having been in that seat, we also need to make sure we're doing right by our communities, by our citizens, by our responders.
Okay, so let's finish up this way, because I've already taken almost 25 minutes of your time. For those people who are watching, the people who watch my program that like me were complaining about these dispatchers, what is the advice that you would give us, as far as I don't well, I don't want to lead your answer, but what advice would you give us that listen to these calls kind of on the regular, to try to maybe understand a little bit better?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would say I have a couple answers to that question. First of all, I think an educated public is a healthy public, a helpful public. Sorry, I misspoke there. An educated and healthy. Educated public is a helpful public, because if you as a person know the best way to make a report to 911 or to the police, and you are prepared with helpful information, that will make even the worst dispatcher look good, because they'll get everything they need. If you're in a position where you have to call 911, just breathe for a second. It feels so much longer to you on the phone than it actually is. And, you know, every center is going to be a little bit different with response rates, but I worked at a center where, you know, police or fire could be to you in 5-6 minutes. If they're not getting to you faster than that, there's actually something worse going on than what you're going through. So keeping that context could be helpful. But also just recognizing the human aspect of it. There's a lot of advances happening right now, actually, with AI answering and some AI triaging. But the difficulty with that is it still takes a human ear to detect danger, to detect someone being cagey, to detect someone who might be under duress. So I think perspective helps a lot.
I mean, I absolutely do not want AI answering 911 calls, in my opinion. Absolutely, hands down, do not want to see that happen. Even on calls, I have to vent and cry, but after the fact, not the caller's fault. Yeah. How do you feel about AI answering?
In these specific cases, in these calls, I think the dispatchers would have done well to remember that humanity as well. Specifically, one note that I didn't get to, the male dispatcher who was speaking to the person on scene with the victim. It's really important in those situations to remember to not make more victims, you know, to not further traumatize the person you're talking to. If they believe they're beyond help, you can have them step away, because help's going to be there pretty soon. It might not make a huge difference if they continue to stand there and describe it to you and be further traumatized themselves, than to just step away and wait for responders.
Yeah, I was actually really touched and by that caller who was like, I can't. He just like, I can't. That's it's a tough job. I've got a lot to think about, and I do have to say, like, there have been some calls that I've heard, for example, where a victim of domestic violence is with her abuser and is pretending to like call for pizza or whatever, where a dispatcher has done such terrific work to get that victim into safety. I mean, I think,
yes,
and it is an invaluable and invaluable. We can't live without kind of service that we have with our 911 dispatchers. I also think it's fair to offer some criticism, because I do think it helps people to improve, just as long as we're doing it in a spirit of helpfulness rather than, just criticism.
Yes, and I think across the board, maybe my parting thought would be, we see a lot of the worst in media, in news, in, on podcasts, on whatever. We bring to light the things that are glaringly, obviously bad, bad officer behavior, bad dispatch behavior, neglectful fire, paramedics. It draws a lot of attention, and it draws outrage, and it draws criticism. And accountability is incredibly important, and those things are often the catalyst to improve everyone. But I would say there's a lot more good out there than there's not. I wouldn't take these opportunities to sow doubt about your own, local police, fire, paramedics, dispatchers. I would say you should still have all the confidence in the world that when you call 911, someone competent is going to answer, because there are more competent people than not. And I have met some really amazing people in 911 who have been on that job for a very long time. They're like the tried and true, seasoned, they will never burn out. And if I had an emergency, I want to be in that city calling into that dispatch center. So just maybe to have a little bit of confidence that it's good to talk about all of this, and it's even kind of fun. And those of us who love true crime, it's like we love this. We're passionate about it. It's cool. We like to be the sleuths, and we like to weigh in. But just remember, more than likely you have good police officers in your area. More than likely you have competent dispatch, and you have credible fire and medical people. So I would just maybe have that be kind of my parting thought.
That's a great parting thought. Natalie, thank you very much for joining.
Okay, next up, we've got another podcast here. This case is fascinating. Do you find this case fascinating, everybody? Let's listen in. We've got Surviving the Survivor. These are police detectives' perspectives on this case, and this is super interesting.
Murders go from bad to worse, as we are learning today that the police who initially did that wellness check, well, they went to the wrong home, and it was 40 minutes later that the bodies of Spencer and Monique Tepe were found. So what is going on with this investigation? Well, we should have a little bit of insight because for the first time today, the police chief talked publicly.
Welcome to the global phenomenon, Surviving the Survivor. Here's your host, Emmy Award-winning journalist, Joel Waldman.
What's up, SDS Nation? Welcome to the global phenomenon that is Surviving the Survivor. We bring you the very best guests in all of true crime. We do it day in and day out. And if you find a better panel than we offer up on a nightly basis, number one, I'd be shocked. Number two, I'll give you your money back. Now, on top of the fact that we are learning that police officers with Columbus Police, by the way, that is the capital of Ohio, that they went to the wrong home at 9:22 a.m. on that fateful morning of December 30th. On top of that, we're hearing a strange new 911 call from December 19th. Someone talking about loud banging from a stranger at the Tepe's home. What is all that about? And the chief finally speaking out with the assistant chief. It's interesting. So we had the legendary homicide detective on last night, Phil Waters, who said, look, if I was in charge of this investigation, I'd say something, even if it was to say that we're investigating and can't answer questions. And sure as the sun comes up every morning today, the police chief essentially did that, coming out, trying to quell some nerves. So we are in for an excellent show tonight. Here are the best guests. Starting us off, Jeff Wenninger, author of On Thin Ice, a book about policing and reimagining policing. Jeff is a retired lieutenant with the Los Angeles Police Department. You may have heard of that department, the second biggest in the nation. Next up, Detective Phil Ramos, the other legendary homicide detective who's investigated about as many as Phil Waters. But Phil Waters wasn't taking $1 million in cash through casinos to infiltrate the Cuban mob, but this guy was. Phil Ramos, 3-time Officer of the Year, and all around, with no offense to the other guests, perhaps the coolest cat on our show. Last up, Darnell Blackburn, coming to us, a retired police officer with Auburn Hills, Michigan, out of the great state of Michigan, and he does analysis for the local NBC station. And Darnell, let me just start with you. I don't know if you worked in any sort of PIO role when you were at Auburn Hills. You're in Michigan. This is Ohio. A case of this magnitude that literally is, it's taken the media by storm like a wildfire ravages through a desert area. What will you do to sort of calm the nerves? Because we don't know who the shooter or shooters are at this point. And you've got people living in this neighborhood.
Well, you got to speak, Joel. You got to speak, and you got to say something like you said. And getting out ahead of this sooner than later would have been better. Interesting thing about all of this, from my perspective, is the police chief, Elaine Bryant, came from DPD. She was a commander in Detroit Police Department, and she's now in Columbus, Ohio. She's doing a good job overall. But you got to say just what was finally said. Hey, we are investigating this. We believe that this is a targeted, specific incident, if that's what the case is, and we're doing everything we can to keep the public safe. And you got to make sure you got patrols over in that area big time so that you can quell the nerves of the people who live there.
Yeah. And do you know Chief Bryant, since she did work at DPD
Absolutely.
Detroit? You did.
I do.
Tell us a little bit about her. I mean, is she a competent law enforcement official?
Absolutely. Very competent. She rose through the ranks at DPD, rose through the ranks, I believe, ultimately of commander, which is, a pretty high rank for the city of Detroit Police Department. Very competent. Her staff, she took a few people there with her from the Detroit Police Department, but also is well liked by the officers there. She's been there for, I'm not exactly sure, but at least, 3, 4, maybe even 5 years. So she's been there for a while. You know how that goes. Chiefs don't stick around if they're not well received by the department, but very competent in her abilities and her staff's abilities, and has changed things there for the city of Columbus.
Yeah. By the way, there's a lot of new developments today, some big, some small, but we're going to get through them one by one. Jeff Wenninger, I don't want to throw us all into a tailspin here, but Jeff, I think I can share this. Jeff said, man, I wish I could turn my brain off at night. The thing I love about these guys so much is some people do a job, but when you are hosting a show like this and you really get to meet these guys and know these guys, this is not a job for none of them. These guys live, eat, and breathe this, and they're trying to figure it out, even when it's hundreds of miles away, thousands of miles away, and they're thinking about it when they're going to the CVS to pick up a prescription or with their kids. This is really their lives, right? So I say all that because last night, sort of out of the blue, and I love this, Jeff texts me and he says, I wouldn't completely rule out a murder-suicide in this case. And I said, Jeff, I want to get you on to discuss that. There's no weapon. So, Jeff, tell us what was rolling around that brain of yours that brought you to that possibility.
Well, there's just been things throughout the story initially breaking that just kind of is difficult for me to reconcile. And as I'm piecing every little thing together, it just occurred to me that I couldn't rule it out. Now, let me get into some of the specifics about what I'm talking about. So I first found it really peculiar. We find out that he was shot multiple times. She was shot once in the chest. Now, I just thought that was peculiar. You have to face the woman and look her right in the face when you're shooting her in the chest. And that typically, yes, that's a place where people will shoot the torso when they're shooting to kill somebody. In this case, you would want to eliminate a potential witness. But it just occurred to me that that just seemed a little odd. That if you were a ruthless killer intent on neutralizing that person as a witness, that you would probably go to a more fatal location, which would be the head. And so that was the first thing that kind of struck me. And then I was thinking about it where they had, when I listened to the 911 call reporting about the friend who reports that he didn't go any further than the hallway. And when he called to report that he saw the male body that he believed to be deceased in the bedroom, that was not consistent with the report that it was seen from outside. So if we then have somebody that's inside the location, I started thinking about the possibility of a suicide. Women are twice as likely as men when they commit suicide to shoot themselves in the chest than they are in the head, because they're more concerned about the appearances, even in death, than men are. So I'm thinking if a family member or a friend goes in and their initial instinct is to try to protect the reputation, or a story of this magnitude breaking where it's a murder suicide, that they may instinctually take the gun. Now, first, I initially thought, before I even thought of that, I thought about the 4-year-old child. I'm like, I wonder if they've looked in the toy chest, because it's quite possible a 4-year-old could just pick it up and not even really know what it is and put it in with all the toys. That sort of thing. Because I'm telling you, I've had experiences where I'm investigating, specifically an officer-involved shooting that I investigated, where I knew from the forensic evidence that the suspect had a gun and fired at the officers. I had that. And the individual committed suicide, but we could not find the gun. We tried everything. I can't tell you how much overtime we paid in every resource that we used and type of technology that was accessible to us to try to locate the gun. We couldn't locate the gun. So it was just things that.
Where was it? Where was it?
Where
was
was
the weapon? The weapon
was never found.
It was never found. Really?
Never found. Now, granted, we used a SWAT. The SWAT team used a Bearcat and took down one of the walls so we could get better view inside. So it's possible that somehow it was just unrecoverable based on that. But it's not impossible. It just nothing. I don't ever eliminate anything.
Yeah.
So
that is a super interesting comment. He thinks it's possible that it still could be a murder-suicide. But is it possible? He's saying maybe the gun. I mean, I think at this point they would have said they found a gun. We don't really know. Maybe they didn't have the gun initially. They found it later. Or in the chat, some people are suggesting, could the people that went in to do the wellness check have removed the gun because they're afraid of what that meant or would have meant, the implications on the family? What do y'all think? I know, Donna, it's a little out there, but I guess his point is you just never know. Do you think this is a possible murder-suicide?
I'm just thinking, and I'm really just shocked that we're over 2 weeks into this. And even when I watched that that wasn't a press conference. I would have preferred a press conference over an interview with the news, the way they did it. I just wasn't really confident that they have a lot of anything. And granted, that may be okay. There's a lot to go through, but I saw a video of that supposedly is somebody leaving the house because they're saying that there was a family argument over finances at one point prior to this incident. And there's a photo of supposedly the brother-in-law leaving the home. Well, if you have that, why don't we have other things the night of the incident as far as the imagery? And the only thing that they have is that one video. It just seems to be such a slow roll.
Yeah. Real quick. Hey, COE, I know you're listening. What about, do we have the latest 911 call? I saw that, but do we have the 911 call from December 19th? We're going to need that, please. Thank you so much. Interesting. And listen, I bet if I go to, I haven't gone down in the comments, but you're going to hear, oh, this guy's a crackpot. Look at this. Look at this. This is how well I know STS. Hold on a sec.
You know what? You got to be a crackpot.
Look at this. Oh my God. How can anyone take this guy? So right on cue. You help me out here. Now you're talking to a guy who is a retired lieutenant in the second largest police department. You think he got there by accident? This guy has been investigating cases for 33 years. With all due respect, it's me, Gina Ray. How many cases have you investigated? Probably none. And he's not saying this definitively. He's saying that this is a possibility. And what I've learned from investigators is they don't rule anything out. Phil Ramos, do you take Jeff Weninger seriously, or are you like Gina Ray?
100%. He's spot on. That was one of the very first things I thought of. But when we were talking,
Phil, hold on one second. Phil Ramos only worked homicide for 15 plus years in the force, 35 plus years, 3-time Vegas Officer of the Year. So Gina Ray, I don't want to sound like the kind of douchey guy that I'm sounding like right now, but my point is this. Everyone is an armchair quarterback, and everyone has a right to an opinion. But you got to understand, these guys are coming with 30 combined right here. You got like 90 years of investigative experience, and they've been at these scenes. So that's just the point I'm making. And I have unbelievable respect for them. So go ahead, Detective Ramos.
Yeah, it was when we were going over the
Welcome in, my
wounds
dear.
that each victim suffered. The first thing that jumped out at me was that she was shot once in the chest, and women do that. Just spot on. Women, for some reason, when I've come across a suicide where the victim is a woman, I can count on one hand how many times they've shot themselves in the head. It's almost always in the chest. There's a lot of people who have different reasons for that, people that are a lot smarter than I am, but I've seen it, I've looked at it, and I wouldn't say it makes sense, but it's understandable. The other thing is the characteristics of that single gunshot wound to the chest. If it was a suicide, then that's going to be a close contact wound. And there's going to be certain things that we look for in a close contact wound. I don't want to give up too much information, but if the body received a gunshot wound from 3 inches away, 6 inches away to 4 feet away, there's different pieces of evidence that tell us exactly that. It almost comes down to a science where you can get within inches of where the barrel of that gun was to where the bullet made penetration into the body. So obviously, he didn't commit suicide because he was shot more than once, although that's not completely unusual. It's very unusual on a suicide. He would have had to have missed his vital organs on the first shot and said, oh, I missed, let me move the gun over a couple inches and see if I can get my heart this time. But we don't know the extent of the wound trajectories on him. So yeah, it's out there, but we've seen it. I've seen it. And anybody who has spent any time in homicide has seen those very exact things. So I understand, the people, general public saying, oh man, how can you come up with an idea like that? Because we consider everything. We don't eliminate anything until we know that, no, that didn't happen. It's not possible for that to happen.
Yeah. And by the way, I got that text message, which I love, because I'm up all night, but I got it late from Jeff. So I know he was up thinking about it. From High Anxiety, that should be my name. Love that movie.
I wonder if the RCMP are listening to every other cop in the world who says every single possible theory and potentiality has to be looked at until you know that you're on the right track. I don't think the RCMP in Jack and Lilly's case looked at every single possibility. Do you?
And love Mel Brooks. And
I mean, the one thing about this is, like, you would think you just got to ask the questions. And I'm absolutely not saying that I believe that's what happened. I'm just saying we just can't rule it out. So we have to ask the questions and take it to the next step. And like in California, if you were to run the names of the the decedents here, you could see if they had a gun registered to them, because in the state of California, you're required to register any guns that you own. Ohio's different. Ohio, if you buy a gun from a gun dealership, your initial purchaser, you have to register. It'll be registered under your name. But if you take that gun and I want to sell it to Phil, I can say, Phil, I'm going to give you a deal, $200 for this gun. He gives me 200 cash. I hand him the gun. He doesn't have to register it in the state of Ohio. So a gun can have this life of multiple owners, and you can't track it. So, initially I was thinking, well, I wonder if he has a 9mm that's registered to him and they haven't found a gun. Where would that gun be, or that kind of a thing. But in Ohio, that wouldn't necessarily be the case, because you can buy a gun off of a friend and not have to register it. But it's just that type of step. It's just those types of steps that you take. It's called to be a good investigator. You have to be patient. You have to follow a process, and you have to be curious. And being curious means that you think outside the box. You think of the almost impossible.
And you have to keep an open mind about everything. You have to keep an open mind.
Yeah, I want to get to Darnell. Go ahead.
And
I'm going to get back on track with the topic at hand, but no, OPP is not applicable in Jack and Lilly. Jack and Lilly is Nova Scotia, Ontario Provincial Police would be the provincial police in the province of Ontario. So they would not have been involved in Jack and Lilly. Let's keep going.
I'm not going to tell you that I completely agree with the fellows, but I tell you what, that you can't rule anything out. I agree with that. That could speak, though, specifically to why there hadn't been anything said about this. I mean, let's be honest. You got these two people. They are high end. This is high. These are two, or at least an affluent person in the community. A dentist. You got his wife. I'm sure it's a very, very nice neighborhood, very nice situation. And there may be something where the chief and everyone else, they know, or they may suspect that. And yet this is such a high profile case that they don't say something. And that could be why. Because of this. So again, I'm not saying that that's definitely the case, but like these gentlemen saying, you can't rule anything out. And as the leader of an organization, you have to be very, very intent in how you describe and bring this out. But you got to say something.
Yeah. And I agree 100%. And high anxiety, I was complimenting them on the name. But what about the People magazine report that a woman on their street called 911 at 2:31 a.m. 11 days before this to report someone pounding on her? That, in fact, is new news. And we're going to play that. But first, the COE is working really hard behind the scenes, as is Steve Cohen, as is Space Coast, as are the mods. This is a local story. You guys all know I was a broadcast news guy in my previous life, and I always like to check in and see how they're covering stuff. And they got an exclusive interview with the police chief, Elaine Bryant, who Darnell knows, and the assistant chief. We're going to watch this. It's a little bit long. We'll watch together. We'll break it down. I've got a timeline, too, because there's been so much misinformation. So we're going to kind of put aside the stuff that we don't know and look at the stuff that we do know. And I think the COE also has that new 911 call. So a lot to get through in the show. But this is from Columbus, Ohio's local news. Let's take a look together.
A week after Spencer and Monique Tepe were found shot to death inside their Wyland Park home, Columbus police say the case remains active, ongoing, and anything but typical. Police Chief Elaine Bryant and Assistant Chief Greg Bodker is sitting with us Thursday to discuss the case.
We know that there are a lot of concerns and a lot of questions surrounding this case, and we want to be able to be as transparent and answer as many of them as we can. Unfortunately, there are some things that we can't talk about for the integrity of the investigation.
Chief Bryant says the complexity comes from both the evidence gathering process and the need to verify it before drawing conclusions, especially under intense public scrutiny.
It puts a lot of stress on us, but I just want to reiterate, while this case is getting a lot of national attention, we look at all of our homicides in that manner. They all bring us stress because someone lost their lives.
Police have narrowed the likely time frame of the murders to early Tuesday morning, December 30th. That clarity led investigators to release surveillance video showing a person of interest walking through an alley near the Tepe home during those hours.
A homicide investigation, whether it's this one or another one, it's a really delicate balancing act between community safety and investigative integrity.
Assistant Chief Bodker says the decision to release the video came after detectives ensured it would not compromise the investigation. This case has garnered plenty of talk online. Bodker says they're tracking the chatter, but social media talk does not equal facts.
There are a lot of internet investigators. Much of what you see on the internet, first of all, yes, we are monitoring that. And much of what you read is just not factual. We're not going to jump in on those.
So that was basically a wrap on that interview. And again, Darnell, a former police officer in Auburn Hills, Michigan, knows Elaine Bryant because she worked at the Detroit Police Department. She is the chief. Essentially, Darnell, and I'll have you unmute yourself when it's time, but It's interesting. We had Phil Waters on last night, who's a homicide detective with over 400 cases. And he said, look, if I was running the show here, I would come out publicly just to say something, even if it's to say we're investigating or we can't compromise the integrity of the investigation. And that's essentially exactly what Elaine Bryant did here. Is that what she needed to do? Should she have said more or less? What do you think?
Well, I think you got to look at what she didn't say, and that, maybe that's a snippet of it. But what she didn't say is, and maybe you guys heard it or something. Did she say the public was not at risk? That if that wasn't said, that's something to take note of. As to what they may have, what they think they have. What's unique about this is typically a police chief would do a presser, meaning they do a presser where multiple media outlets would be there, and you're going to send the media release to all the stations, local stations. You're going to say, hey, at 2:00, we're going to do a presser to talk about this case. That strikes me as very odd. That's not something that would normally happen when you sit down one-on-one with a reporter and you just give an interview like that. I don't know if that has that as much bearing on the case, but those things are things that we need to pay attention to, is to why that was done in that way. The thing though about her getting on top of it, you got to say something. We're diligently investigating this. That should have been said in the very beginning, in a presser, not just in this one-on-one kind of dance around. Hey, we take all our homicides seriously. So it is interesting, the perspective. I do have confidence that in Elaine and her abilities as the chief, but this is a unique approach to how they've handled this.
Yeah, and I'm going to go back counterclockwise here, but Phil Ramos, people are smart. I think people in general, I think dogs are smarter, but people in general are underestimated by politicians and those types who think the public is not smart, but they are. And to Darnell's point, they're going to know that basically she's talking to say nothing here. She didn't really offer up much, but to Darnell's most important point, I think it's what she didn't say. And she did not, as far as I heard, say that the public is not at risk. She never said, don't worry, this is an isolated incident. So if I'm living in that neighborhood, I am pretty worried. So I want to get your reaction to that, but I'm going to give you this question too. I've been a subscriber since STS began. And Taylor Day, I don't think I've ever seen your name. So thank you. And thank you. I'm wondering about ballistics. If firearms are handled in the manner it is, they must have recovered bullets from the victims. I mean, they certainly have the shell casings, but Phil, if you can couple that together with her not talking about not mentioning that the public is safe, coupled with ballistics here.
Yeah, let's talk about the ballistics first. If it was a semi-automatic, then there's going to be casings. Maybe if the bad guy didn't pick them up and take them with him. If it was a revolver, there would have been no casings to recover. The projectiles would be the ones where you're going to get your ballistic information. You'll be able to get a pretty good idea of the caliber. The lands and grooves on the caliber will narrow down some of the weapons that they could have been fired from. But without casings, it's going to be difficult to say, without the weapon itself, if they were all fired by the same weapon. That would be one thing that you're going to find out. They're going to compare the bullet or bullets that they recovered and see if they were all fired from the same weapon. They'll be able to tell that. And then the other thing is they're going to be able to tell at the autopsy the trajectory of the projectiles, whether they came in top to bottom, left to right, and the path that the bullets took once they entered the body. So they'll be able to get a pretty good idea of the caliber, depending on how much damage the bullet suffered when it went through and struck hard objects like bones, rib cage, sternum, stuff like that.
I think it was not 9mm, right? That's what the casings were.
Oh, there was casings recovered?
There were 3 casings recovered, 9mm.
All right, so that'll give them a lot more information. They'll be able to tell whether the gun fired the bullets that were in each body, or if the casings were fired by 2 different guns. And so what the chief said, we'll switch horses there, what the chief was saying, and Darnell's right, it was what she didn't say. I would have expected her to say, if the public was safe, then without going way out on the limb, say, hey, look, you guys don't have anything to worry about, go to bed tonight, and just make sure your doors are locked, type of thing. But if they have absolutely no idea, if this is a real whodunit up until this point, it's going to be difficult for them to say that, because you don't want to give the public a false sense of security if, God forbid, tomorrow night the same thing happens 2 blocks away. So that would be a real problem. But I think their focus right now is trying to get somewhere. So the holdback that we encounter on just about every case, the sensitive nature of the case and the information that only the killer is going to know is never going to be released to the public, because you're going to jeopardize your case. The integrity of the case is out the window if you start giving up all your secrets. So I think she said enough that hopefully the public will be okay with what she said to a point. But as the days go on, if no more information comes forward, they're going to get a little antsy down there, and they're going to say, hey, you need to tell us if we're safe or not.
Yeah. Someone just commented, and Jeff, I want to ask you about that, and feel free to weigh in on the chief. And then this question too is important. But what we're learning today also is actually from, I believe, the Columbus Dispatch. I like to give attribution where
Sydney, I'm just gonna jump in here. That's not quite factual. We listened to the brother's interview already, and he didn't say they're not looking into this guy. He said, yes, he looks suspicious, but he could also just be anybody walking. So I just want to clarify because I don't want to put mistruths on here. So yeah, we've listened to that statement, and it's not quite that they're not looking into that guy, my dear.
Is warranted, and they did a good job. They found out through their reporting that when there was this wellness check on December 30th after the murders, you get the first 911 call from the owner of the dental office, and we have the longer versions of those two calls we're going to play in a little bit. But after the owner of the dental office calls, he's asking for a wellness check, and then two officers go over to the house. They don't see anything. They leave, and then the bodies are found roughly 40 minutes later by a friend. But it turns out they didn't go to the right house, Jeff. We don't know if dispatch sent them to the wrong house, if they had the address wrong. On a case that is this high profile, it certainly does not. The optics don't look good. It looks more like a phrase I'm sure you guys hate, the Keystone Cops or the Bad News Bears. But how do you make a mistake? I mean, mistakes happen, but how does this happen?
Well, I'll start really quickly with the media aspect of this. And Darnell was spot on. My thoughts are very similar to his in regards to, I found it a little peculiar that she sat down with one journalist rather than having a press conference for many. In regards to the public being safe, I do recall the assistant chief stating that we have to balance the release of information and consider the integrity of the investigation as well as the safety of the public. And that's a balancing act for us. That to me tells me kind of what Phil alluded to is they're not really sure what they have, and they can't go one way or the other. They can't commit one way or the other. So they're just kind of staying in purgatory, looking for that piece of information that's going to help break this case for them.
That doesn't sound positive. They're not sure what they have, which is why they're not able to come out and say, don't worry, this is not, this is not random. It's personal to the family. This is why they're saying very little, he thinks, that they don't know what they have, which is very concerning and very indicative of the time frame. We're December 30th here. We're 11 days. 11 days into this crime, and we know the first 48 hours are critical. So are they going to solve this? I would hope so.
In regards to this 911 call, we discussed the other day about how the 911 operator was receiving the information and actually questioning what's changed from the last time you called and those sorts of things. So, we had that issue that probably if we were going to look for areas for improvement from that perspective of the police department, the 911 caller could probably conduct herself a little better. But now we find out that the officer went to the wrong address. Now, I'm not clear on whether he went to the wrong address because he was dispatched to the wrong address and it was not paying attention to detail relative to where the call was sent to, or if the officer made the mistake. That's not clear to me. I've seen it reported differently in regards to the articulation, but I can't determine which occurred. But it does tend to speak to there may be some type of issue they want to address with their community.
Jeff, I'm going to hop in real quick. STS, man, I always say best guest, better community. These guys are on top of it, men and women. Apparently they FOIA'd or know someone who did, and they were apparently dispatched to the right address. Dispatchers have been taking a lot of heat because they were kind of short-tempered. But if this is in fact true, that the FOIA had the correct address and they went to the wrong house, you're a retired lieutenant. You're one of the brass, one of the bosses. What kind of conversation would you have with these officers?
Well, I mean, listen.
He's bringing up the report here. Just going to look at this quickly. The incident report dated December 30th, 9:57 a.m. This is the report from the Columbus Division of Police, the Homicide Bureau. December 30th, 2025. Timestamp 9:57 a.m. The first call to the officers went out at 9:03. 9:03. Almost an hour later, the report is done because they went to the wrong house. So all the criticism, which I get from all law enforcement about the people at the office overreacting. I don't know. I'm pretty intuitive. You guys are pretty intuitive. If you made that 911 call and that dispatcher had that attitude on the other end, so he's late for work. So what? And then you get the second call. There's 4 calls total. Just wondering if you're there. We sent someone out. Why are you calling again? Well, they didn't even go to the right house. They didn't even go to the right house. So all the criticism about the coworkers, I'm just saying, maybe the coworkers really knew that dispatcher was not taking this seriously. I don't know. But it said she gave the right address. We have a fumbling dispatcher who doesn't seem to care, and then we have a cop that goes to the wrong address. Bam, bam. Error on top of error. Error on top of error. Error on top of error. And to go to the point we just heard about Gavin Fish's niece, had the dispatcher asked a few more questions, like what kind of cars do they drive, maybe the cop would have realized he was at the wrong house. So this is the summary of the incident. On December 30th, 2025, at approximately 10:04 a.m., call was made. The first call was made at 9:03. 10:04. Those kids were in there crying and the dog barking for an entire effing hour because the police were at the wrong house. God knows how long they were crying before that, but an entire hour before the first wellness check went out. Columbus police officers were dispatched to the 14th block of North 4th Street on a well-being check. Officers arrived at scene and located 2 adult victims suffering apparent gunshot wounds. CFD medics, 7 personnel arrived and pronounced both victims deceased at 10:11 a.m. It took them 7 minutes by the time they got there to pronounce them both deceased. The victims are identified as Mr. Spencer Tepe and Mrs. Monique Tepe. Next of kin have been notified. 2 small children were also found in the residence unharmed. Anyone with information regarding this incident is asked to call Columbus Police Homicide Unit at 614-645-4730 or Central Ohio Crime Stoppers at 614-461-TIPS, which is 8477. Detective Weiner is the lead detective on the case and is being assisted by Detective Miller. What do you think about that? What do you think about that?
When you're talking about an issue like this, a mistake, you have mistakes of the mind and mistakes of the heart. And, if it's a mistake of the heart, then you got a problem. If it's a mistake of the mind, all of us aren't perfect and we perhaps will make mistakes. So this is something that you can address just with counseling or whatever. If they have a history, then obviously you have to have some type of progressive discipline and that sort of a thing. But, at the end of the day, I just suspect it was an honest mistake. And, I give kudos to the police department for being transparent and giving the information that, hey, we weren't perfect in this. And they didn't wait until somebody else released it and have a response to it. They disclosed it without any necessity to do so other than they want to be transparent. So I really applaud the chief and all of the police executives with that organization for making that decision. It gives me confidence that they're conducting themselves with a high level of integrity.
I'm just jumping in completely agree with Jeff, because a lot of departments would not say that. They would not. They'd wait for it to be found before they'd release it. And, just speaking from, I could just wholeheartedly agree, officers make mistakes and sometimes officers are not as thorough as they should be. But the other thing is these calls come in quite frequently. This isn't something in a larger city, you get calls, hey, welfare checks, that happens a lot. And you go to a welfare check, you knock on the door, you look around the house, you don't see anything ajar, in this case, we know they weren't at the right address at first, but this is something that happens quite frequently. So it's something that could have happened. Should it have not happened? Yeah, it shouldn't have, but it's something that could have happened. But to even release that ahead of time or before it's just discovered is really, it speaks about.
Okay, the thing I have questions about, we know that the work colleagues were at the house. Where's the call? I bet you there's another call that went in that they haven't released yet. I'm just curious. Where are the coworkers saying, you said you sent the cops. We're here. There's no cops here. Did that call go out? I wouldn't be surprised. They called 4 times. She said on the first call, we're sending the cops out. They're at the house. We know that. They drove out right away. Several of them on their own and coming from different locations, and the cops aren't there. Did another call go out that they've hidden where the overzealous quote unquote coworkers are there, and they're going, hey, you said you sent the cops. Where are the cops? Were the cops there? We heard when you're there, and then all we hear is no. Where was the cop for 40 minutes? Where was the cop for 40 minutes? Yeah. This goes back to caring about your job. Yes, mistakes happen. But did he correct his mistake? 40 minutes he sat at the wrong house, or did he just leave and go elsewhere? 40 minutes. It's disappointing. But thank God that wasn't something underway. Thank God that it appears they were already deceased, and it's not like they could have saved them. But those kids are inside in the meantime, which is sad to think about.
Volumes for as this progresses, what it will look like.
Yeah, and nomad life for me. That's why the cops didn't hear the kids crying or the dogs. And if that other person didn't show up, I hate to think what would happen with a 1 and a 4-year-old alone in a house for very long, especially after you heard Jeff's possibility of a possible theory. There's, a gun somewhere that wasn't found, although Jeff himself has said that he doesn't think that that's necessarily what happened. Any thoughts? The dog being found closed in a room with the kids. Now, I don't even know. See, now there's information sort of trickling out. Some of it is corroborated, and a lot of it is not. I have not heard that the kids were found locked in a room with the. Yes, I am rooting for Miami. Thank you, Court Dog Daniel. It's happening right now. The Miami Hurricanes. I'm a transplant here in the college football semifinals. Go Canes. But them not showing up to the house is a pretty big deal when it comes to the kids. Now, Phil Ramos, there's a neighbor named Eddie Zhang, Zhang, lives down the street from the Tepes, and he spoke to the media and said he's absolutely shocked by the killings. They were very welcoming, he said, when he first moved in. He said he did not hear anything unusual the night of the shooting, and he happens to have video, and he says police were asking him for video. It just so happens that don't ask me why, he doesn't record overnight. So he didn't.
Now listen to this. This is another really peculiar part to this case. Listen in. Welcome in, DEA. Yeah, I get your point, but I also made the point just before you came in, because you might want to rewind if you're just coming in now, because potentially they picked up on this dispatcher not really being invested in the fact that, hey, he didn't show up for work. Maybe they suspected this dispatcher wasn't taking them seriously, so they went there themselves. That's also a distinct possibility. We won't really know unless we ever hear from them. But let's keep listening, because this is also something very curious. There's a lot of little incidentals, curiosities in this case, and this is yet just another one you haven't heard about yet. Listen to this.
Not have video from the 2 to 5 a.m. slot where police think this murder happened, but he has video from other parts of the day. I guess the bigger question is, what does it tell you, I guess, more softly, that police are quietly asking the public there for help in terms of getting video? Does that mean that there are no leads, or they're just looking for more leads?
Yeah, they're trying to narrow the time window down. Man, I've never heard of being able to turn the recording off at certain hours. I mean, why would you want to turn it off?
In case you just missed it, there's a guy that came forward publicly. Why did he come forward publicly? Lives down the road, was asked for surveillance camera footage. And apparently he doesn't have any footage at night. He only records daytime footage, and he erased the nighttime footage. Does that sound weird to you? That these guys are so stymied by that comment that they're not even moving past that comment. You want me to repeat that and rewind that? Listen to this. It's very curious.
Possibility of a possible theory. life for me. That's why the cops didn't hear the kids crying or the dogs. And if that other person didn't show up, I hate to think what would happen with a 1 and a 4-year-old alone in a house for very long, especially after you heard Jeff's possibility of a possible theory. There's, a gun somewhere that wasn't found.
Bingo.
Jeff
I'd
himself
be really on this
said that
guy.
he doesn't think that that's necessarily
Bye,
what happened. Any
Joyful.
thoughts? The dog being found closed in a room with the kids. Now, I don't even know. See, now there's information sort of trickling out. Some of it is corroborated, and a lot of it is not. I have not heard that the kids were found locked in a room with the. Yes, I am rooting for Miami. Thank you, Court Dog Daniel. It's happening right now. The Miami Hurricanes. I'm a transplant here in the college football semifinals. Go Canes. But yeah, them not showing up to the house is a pretty big deal when it comes to the kids. Now, Phil Ramos, there's a neighbor named Eddie Zhang, Zhang, lives down the street from the Tepes, and he spoke to the media and said he's absolutely shocked by the killings. They were very welcoming, he said, when he first moved in. He said he did not hear anything unusual the night of the shooting, and he happens to have video, and he says police were asking him for video. It just so happens that don't ask me why, he doesn't record overnight. So he did not have video from the 2 to 5 a.m. slot where police think this murder happened, but he has video from other parts of the day. I guess the bigger question is, what does it tell you, I guess, more softly, that police are quietly asking the public there for help in terms of getting video? Does that mean that there are no leads, or they're just looking for more leads?
Yeah, they're trying to narrow the time window down. Man, I've never heard of being able to turn the recording off at certain hours. I mean, why would you want to turn it off, especially in the middle of the night when a lot of crimes occur?
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, it's odd, and it's something I would be looking into. Why did you happen to not have recording during this event? Who doesn't record at night when crimes happen, but records during the day? Do you believe that narrative? This guy needs to be, I don't know. These guys keep talking about it. Keep listening in, because they're so stymied by this. They're talking about this instead of moving on, because they're so stymied by that neighbor that claims he tapes only in the day and doesn't record anything at night. I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me either.
That doesn't make sense to me. But yeah, I mean, that's, we often reach out to the public and say, hey, we need some help on this, and please check your cameras at home, see if you see anything unusual. And a lot of times information is gleaned that way. Yeah, this car drove by at 3:30 and I don't recognize it. Nobody in the neighborhood has a car like that. That sort of thing. So it does indicate that, like we've been talking, they don't have a whole lot to go on at this particular point. And if they do, they're keeping it close to the vest, which they need to until they get further along.
Yeah, Jeff, I know you wanted to hop in. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just, Phil, to me, the report that I don't record at night, that is just a red flag.
Yeah.
That makes me I would like to see the last week and confirm that this is never at night is this person recording, because that makes no sense.
Right.
That's just another thing that I'm not saying that this neighbor did it. I'm not saying that they're involved at all. So this does not feel right.
Maybe it was
Guys, this is fascinating to me. Again, I just heard that. I read it earlier today, and I put it in my notes, and I read it. Never occurred to me to go back and speak to this guy, look at video.
I need to see other nights that you're not recording consistently every night.
Yeah, and that's why.
And if that's not the case, why then did it not record this morning?
It could be, this could be a kiss cam moment. Maybe his girlfriend was sneaking out the
I got to get tougher with my line of questioning with my kids. That's what I got to do. But all right. Let me go through back. The COE has a timeline here. Okay, so this is what we know happened, and I've got the 911 calls, and
I'm just gonna say to this: does this guy walk with an inward, with his left toe pointing inward? Because man, oh man, that to me is sus. As you know,
we're going to go through this all, another amazing panel. But here we are. December 30th is the night of the murders. Between 2 and 5 a.m., that's when Spencer and Monique Tepe shot at home in the Wineland Park area of Columbus, Ohio, which, by the way, from what I understand, used to be a very rough neighborhood. And someone emailed, and I don't know if it's true or not, that area of town is still run by a particular gang. I don't know what kind of, what kind of strength they have in numbers there at this point, but I did read that. 8 a.m., the Athens Dental Depot, which is like an hour and a half away, it opens. Spencer Tepe never shows up. He does not call. So that's at 8 a.m. Now at 9:03, an hour and 3 minutes later, Dr. Mark Valrose, the owner, you guys have heard that call, and we had the full call in a second, calls 911, to report Spencer not showing up. Now, people have said on the show, well, it's weird that it was a relatively, now we're seeing an hour and 3 minutes, but a relatively small window of time. And now this guy is very worried and he's calling 911. Some people say it was, they're curious about that. Others say nothing to see here. I don't know. At 9:10, the officers go to do a wellness check, but they are at the wrong house. 9:57, Alex Diddy, a friend, he goes to the Tepe home to conduct the wellness check. We have that full 911 call I'm going to play in a second. But Phil Ramos, to you, this section of the timeline, what stands out to you the most when you're looking at it?
The time frame. When Dr. Valrose called to ask for a check because he didn't show up, I'm wondering what the response from the call taker was, and did they send somebody out at that time? Apparently they did, because they went to the wrong address. The other question I would have is, how wrong of an address did they go to? Were they 3 houses down? Were they next door? Were they on the wrong street? That could come into play as to why they didn't hear anything. Why they didn't hear the kids, if indeed the kids were up. We don't know that. And then there's going to be
SCS Nation. If you know through the FOIA that you guys saw, let us know how far off they were. If you have no, go ahead, Phil.
Yeah, and when we first saw the video of the guy walking in the snow, do we know where in relation to the crime that was? Was he in the general area, or was he pretty close to the house, or just exactly where was that video from?
From what I understand, it's in the alley. They have alleys behind the home, so it's basically right behind the home. And I've heard both sides of this, but the more prevalent one is that he was walking toward the home at this point, not away from the home, which is interesting. This is that video real quick. And I'm going to go back to this. Phil, there was an interesting comment, and then I'm going to get back to Darnell and Jeff, but there was an interesting comment posing the question, if you're this guy and you're in Columbus, you got to know you're on this video. And as far as we know, no one has come forward to say, hey, that was me. I was just walking through the alley. How important is it, I guess, that no one has come forward as far as we know?
Well, then, you'd have to ask the guy, why didn't you come forward? It could be something perfectly innocent, or it could be something nefarious that was unrelated to the murder. But still, if that's the murder suspect and he's leaving, he's doing it in a pretty calm way. The argument on that is, well, if you were at 3 a.m. running down an alley, you're going to draw more attention than if you're just walking through the alley in a casual stride and not drawing any attention to yourself.
Darnell.
Darnell,
I was just going to have you jump in there. Assuming this guy is walking to commit this double homicide, which is what people have told me, he's walking in the direction of the house. As far as we know, this guy no one has come forward to police to say, hey, I'm that guy in that video. I was just at a bar. I was at a friend's house. No one has done that. Does that make you, I don't know, instinctually, do you feel more like this could be the suspect, since no one has come forward to say it's not me? I'm not the killer.
I mean, you're investigating this. Your hope is that he knows something because you're investigating it. So that's the hope. The other part of it is, and I think, Bill kind of alluded to it too. You don't know what is going on, what's in his background. If he's not the killer or a suspect in this, maybe he's a suspect in something else. And so you don't know what his reasoning for not coming forward as an investigator. Yet you would hope that he knows something. If he's not the suspect, he knows something. He saw something. He's going to say something. But again, you don't want to just get locked into this person and just say, oh yeah, this is our guy, because then you taint your ability to truly investigate it. But definitely, you want to talk to him just to see if he knows something in general.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it's curious that, as far as we know, again, that person has not come forward. So does that make one think, you guys think, hey, it's more likely this guy could be the killer because now he's trying to hide, obviously. But Jeff Wenninger, this is the second part of the timeline, 10 a.m. And I'm reading this because we have a lot of people on audio that tune in. By the way, it's easy to do. Please hit that like button. Please subscribe. We've got a very active Patreon page, and that's how we put out this awesome content day in and day out. 10 a.m. Female coworker calls 911, reports the boss never showed and she believes something is wrong. 10:04 a.m. Alex Diddy, we have that full call. I'm going to play it in a second. Calls 911 and says there's a body inside. 10:05 a.m. PD come back and arrive at the right home this time, and they find Spencer and Monique Tepe inside with gunshot wounds, pronounced dead at the scene. Responders report the children, 4 and 1, as distressed but physically uninjured. Same with the dog. 10:11 a.m. Medic 7 personnel pronounce both victims deceased. Police department report no obvious signs of forced entry, no firearm or weapon recovered. That's very important because that's why they say this is a double homicide. No evidence of a struggle or robbery, or no robbery publicly reported. Jeff, on this set of slides or the timeline overall, what sticks out to you?
The first thing that sticks out to me is the timeline of the 2 to 5 a.m., the fact that they narrowed it from midnight and I think it was 9 a.m., they narrowed it to the 2 to 5. So I understand the 5 because he worked in Athens, which was about 75 miles away. They opened at 8 o'clock, so he would leave the residence typically at 5 a.m. I see the back end of that. But what do they know that places it at 2 a.m.? What occurred to lead them to believe that they were still alive prior to 2 a.m.? Because you would think if you have to get up at 5 a.m. to go to work, if you're anything like me, you're going to bed at 9.
And I mean, that's an amazing point. So, speak to us. 2 to 5 has been the window of time we've heard.
So
How do you get there?
Yeah, how do you get there? It's like, are they looking at the electrical communication data where they're able to confirm, or they've spoken to someone and corroborated the fact that one of them spoke to somebody at 2 a.m. or close? That would be odd in and of itself for them to be up at 2 a.m. And so I find that interesting. The other thing I got to say is I'm really impressed with the time of the calls and the response time. The first call, the unit, although they went to the wrong house, they were there within 7 minutes. We're the LAPD, so I mean, 7 minutes is really good,
What is the response time for the LAPD?
Oh, it's I don't know, but it's not
tomorrow.
We might get, if it's a residential burglary, we'll get to you tomorrow. And we're not taking any prints. We don't have time for that. But then the next response, I think it was like 3 minutes or something like that, if I remember correctly from the timeline I just looked at. That's fast. So I once again I have to give kudos to the police department that although this woman may have sounded a little curse in her communication with the people that were calling, guess what? She did her job and she did it well in breaking down that timeline. But those are the types of things that stick out to me. And let me tell you, if I was late to work, there's no one's going to be interested until the afternoon. They're going to report that there's something going on with me. I do find it a little interesting that so soon they were wondering where he was. But he may have been that very diligent person that would make notifications if he was running late, because when you open, you have clients and so on and so forth. So it's I'm just, the biggest thing is that 2 to 5. What is it about 2? What do they know that we don't know?
Phil Ramos, what about that? By the way, here's a question. I'm going to get right back to that. As a dispatcher, I thought that it was weird. So these 911 calls, particularly from the owner of the dental office who's calling from Florida, and I'm going to play it again in a minute. A lot of people are, I don't know what the right phrase is, not throwing shade at him, but asking questions about why are you let's just read the comment. The boss says, more concerning that she's not answering, meaning the wife. Well, why is that more concerning? I would have followed up with a question. That's not really a dispatcher's job, but there are questions. We're going to play that in a minute. And I totally forgot where I left. What was I going to ask? Phil, was I going to jump in there? You know what I was going to ask you? I think we all.
I don't know, but let me jump in on the dispatcher thing. I have a mountain of respect for our dispatchers and call takers. I love them dearly. They are true first responders of first responders, and they do a great job under horrible circumstances, and the stress that they go through getting us the right information within seconds is unbelievable. So I don't think that the miscommunication on the address would have come from dispatch or the call taker. It may have been, maybe the address wasn't visible on the door where the first officer went to, or something like that. But when somebody starts picking on our dispatchers, I'm going to be the first one to defend them, because they have a mountain of responsibility and they get very little recognition for that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think, one of them was definitely short and took a lot of heat for it. I just want to say publicly again, no one is implicating the owner of this dental office, but people are asking questions in the same way that, excuse me, Jeff was up late last night thinking about possible scenarios. But here's another thing. Darnell, this is interesting. Almost everybody has a baby monitor. Is this something that you need a search warrant to take with them? What's this scene like? This happened on December 30th. Today's January 8th. I assume the house is cordoned off. Are investigators going back in there looking for different things at different times, Darnell?
Absolutely. They're looking for everything and recovering everything. I want to go back to if I could, Joe, to the timeline for a second with the guys. It doesn't necessarily strike me as odd that. Did I hear you say that the owner of the dentistry was in Florida, called from Florida?
Correct. He was in Florida, and he calls, I guess, an hour and 3 minutes. There was some dispute about how much time there was, but he drives, Spencer Tepe drives about an hour and a half to Athens to the dental office. And in this case, he was over an hour late. And that's when the boss makes the first 911 call at like 9:03 a.m. saying, I need a wellness check on this guy. And some people are saying, well, why are you calling for a wellness check after an hour? And I have since learned doing the show that dentists are never late and patients have to wait.
They're never late, and sometimes they have specific surgeries, maybe not major surgeries, but surgeries scheduled that would preclude them from being late, and they have to be in the office at certain times. Obviously, they're seeing patients, so that doesn't strike me as much as odd, because it's like it may speak to also his diligence with being on time for work, and the fact that happened. I would agree more so with the idea of what Jeff is saying. The timeline is that he gets up at 2 a.m, or goes, if he has to get up and be up very early. So yeah, how we know that? To go back to the timeline, as far as the house, you're going to get any and everything that you can, and these guys can speak more specifically to it, work and homicide. But I mean, you're going to get everything you can. My heart, just as I'm sure everybody's, goes out to these kids and the trauma that they are going to live with, due to being in whatever. If your parents, I mean, you're 1 and a 4-year-old, you can't find your parents for 10 minutes in the same house. It's traumatic. So, I mean, this is definitely, that's where my heart goes first and foremost to the kids, obviously the victims, but the kids as well, and the things they're going to have to endure. But you're going to get everything.
Yeah. And that's an excellent point. Go ahead, Jeff.
On this real quick, it does resonate with me that they're calling, asking for a wellness check that early. I understand the concern, but my concern would be, was he involved in a traffic collision? What route does he take? Do I want to get a hold of the Ohio State Patrol to find out if there's any major traffic collisions that he may be involved in stuff? I wouldn't be thinking a wellness check at home that something went wrong at home.
I mean, the thing that is more curious too, Jeff, is he mentions the wife several times. And to me, she's I think a stay-at-home mom with the background in childhood education. Moms are always running around. They're the busiest people, It was just curious that he's mentioning the wife, no pun intended, coupled together with the husband here.
Yeah, it's just, once again, it doesn't mean that it's just something that you want to look into. It just raises the hair on the back of your neck. It just seems a little odd, and you want to look into it. That's all. You want to ask that question.
Well, the other thing I want to say that's a little bit interesting about the coworkers is they assumed they were still at the home, and maybe like in the hour and a half drive, I guess because they couldn't get a hold of the wife. But with an hour and a half drive in the wintertime, why did they assume he was still at home and not in a car accident, or his car broke down somewhere along the road? I guess because they couldn't reach him. I don't know. It's interesting.
And that's really it.
Yeah, Eroy here with the super chat. Ohio dispatcher requirements. Look at this. Best guess, better community. High school diploma or GED, 25 words per minute. I would not be hired. 40-hour EMD certificate. Let's not blame them. They should be getting more training. It's a problem all around with a lot of different jobs, but this one is very important. For the last time, from JT Desert Dweller, if the office opens at 8 a.m., he would have been reporting at least by 7 or earlier. But do you know, Desert Dweller, that the office opens at 8? Do we know that for sure? I don't know. I think that's something that's easy to find out. But Detective, and thank you for that, and thank you for your passion. And don't hate me, hate them, hate the guests. And by the way, STS Singles chiming in saying Darnell is a great-looking guy. Wenninger is a great-looking guy. At least 2 of these dudes are married. I'll just say that, so you can decide who's who. But STS Singles, the calendar will be coming out at some point by 2027. Phil Ramos, this window here. Back to Jeff Wenninger's question. Then I'm playing 3911 calls. But this window, 2 to 5 a.m., in terms of investigating homicides, I think it's fair to say you probably have the most experience on this panel day in and day out. How do you determine that window?
Yeah, that's a good point. Jeff made a very good point. How do you narrow it down several hours to a 3-hour time frame? It's something that they are firm about, but whatever caused them to narrow it down, they haven't released that information. So it must be germane to the overall timeline. And, that's one of those holdback things that we talk about all the time. I would wonder, but those that are doing the investigation know why they did that. I'm surprised that the media hasn't picked up on that and asked away. And I'm sure that would be can't give you that information at this time response.
By the way, this might be the best response comment ever from JT Desert Dweller. I know it opens at 8 because you said so on your timeline. Look, this looks like an easy job that I have here, sitting in a chair every day, hosting a show. But there are a lot of things that go on behind the scenes, and I might have missed that one, JT. I love the desert, by the way. So forgive me. A lot of information coming and going. And so again, I really do rely. And by the way, public shout out to Vesper Martini, who helps us enormously behind the scenes and was doing so today. It does not go unnoticed. We really do have an absolutely amazing community. And there's a lot of new people here because the story's got a lot of traction. We host a live show on YouTube and on all audio platforms every night, 7 p.m. Eastern, with a panel of 3 guests. This is frantic call around 2:30 in the morning. Keep in mind, that's important because the window is 2 to 5 a.m. So someone makes a frantic call between that window at 2:30 a.m. saying that someone was banging on her front door and could not identify the person, and they left before officers arrived. This is that call.
It's knocking on my door. They're trying to get in. They're banging on my door.
Okay, someone's banging and knocking. Do you know who this is?
No.
Do you have a description of them?
No, I can't see anything going upstairs.
Have you asked them what they want or if they need something?
No.
All right, I've got to send up for someone banging and knocking on the door. If anything escalates or changes, give us a call back and let us know. We'll get officers there as soon as we can.
Darnell, you may have been on the beat the longest. I mean, you get a call like this. This is got to be a very average sort of common call, I imagine, that you get. What, as a police officer, what do you do with this? Someone says that there's a person banging on their door in the middle of the night.
I mean, you're going to respond to it. It's not going to be a lights and siren, but you'll get there as best you can get there, and get there as soon as you can, barring you're not tied up on another higher priority. But I mean, you get dispatch, you're sent to this, you respond, you approach with the lights off, and you try to find the person that's banging on the door, and you make contact. Because you realize that obviously, I mean, this is a homeowner, it's a female. We don't know who else is in the home with her. It's early in the morning, late at night. You realize that it's probably pretty terrifying for her. So you get there, you're going to try to respond, and you're going to respond covertly and see if you can catch that person, or approach the person to see what they're there for, what the purpose is, and make sure you keep this person safe.
And listen, I know I get on a soapbox about this, but I really do have probably the most respect for law enforcement out of just about every profession. I guess maybe if you're doing, brain surgery and removing cancerous tumors from brains, that's up there. But every time these guys go out on a call, they don't know if their life's going to be on the line. So Darnell, I mean, my question related to that is this call, this is a very typical call, but now there's a murder a few days later. This guy could be the killer potentially. When you're responding to calls, especially in the middle of the night, is it always somewhere in your mind, this could be a really bad guy? I mean, I know this is a common call, someone just banging on a window, but this guy could be a really bad person. You always have to have that mindset.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you're prepping, you're thinking about how you're going to approach. Like I said, you're thinking about what this person is doing. Is this a domestic? Is this somebody trying to be in the house? Is this? I mean, you're right. It's a common thing, but it's something as an officer you're processing. All right, how are we going to approach? You're talking to your partner if you're riding in a 2-person car, or you're communicating. You're getting there. If you're a single-person car, you're getting on that scene, number one, and you're searching for the person. You're looking, and hopefully backups coming as soon as they can. But you got to get there. You got to make sure this lady is safe. You got to plan how you're going to approach this. So absolutely. I mean, you're thinking about all kinds of things that could be, and you're thinking about other things that you've experienced, domestics or B&Es and that type of thing. So yeah, it's a common call, but it's still something that you're approaching with caution and concern, and making sure that you're safe as well as the person that's calling.
Mm.
We're going to switch it up here because we watched. There was still 39 minutes or whatnot left to that podcast, but we're going to switch it up here because we've listened for a very long time, and we're going to switch it up to the beautiful and the wonderful Brian Enton. Da-da-da. And then we've got one short video after Brian Enton. And then we're going to go to Jack and Lilly. Silencer. Yeah, I wonder the same thing because the dog didn't bark and all that. Well, the woman caller sounded young. She didn't sound elderly, but I think they did go to the home, Hope, and they didn't fight, from what I understand. Okay, let's listen to Brian.
I really, really appreciate it. Please click to subscribe. In this episode, I am continuing to dig into the very mysterious murders of Spencer Tepe and his wife, Monique Tepe. Spencer Tepe is a dentist in Ohio. He lived in Columbus, Ohio. His dental office was about an hour and a half or so away from Columbus. And Spencer and his wife, Monique, were found dead, murdered inside their home. It's now been almost 2 weeks, a week and a half, 2 weeks. It was last Tuesday. And there's just not been a lot of information ever since. Initially, the thought was maybe police had a ton of information behind the scenes and just weren't releasing it. But as the days go on, it appears that they may still really be hitting a lot of dead ends here. And one of the reasons I say that is because they've now released this surveillance video. And I just want to show it again before I get into some of the new elements of the episode, because I think it's important that people see it. This is video taken from a Nest camera released by Columbus Police. And they say that the murders happened sometime between 2 and 5 a.m. on December 30th. And in the video, you can see there is a man walking by with a hoodie, hands in pockets, kind of a very significant, sort of unique way of walking. And he's got his head down, so you can't really see it. But they're calling this person a person of interest and asking anyone with any information about who this person could be to please call the Columbus Police. So that's really interesting that that video is new. Spencer Tepe was shot multiple times, we are told. And his wife, Monique, was shot one time in the chest. And there were shell casings found at the scene. Their 2 small children were alive and were found inside the home alive. And later in the episode, because this has kind of already been out there for a while, so I'll kind of put it later in the episode, but there are 911 calls. The reason it appears police found out about all of this is because a number of Spencer Tepe's co-workers had called 911 and were concerned that he hadn't shown up to work. It was very unlike him not to show up, and they called 911 and the police went out and actually one of the coworkers heard the kids crying inside, then actually saw Spencer Tepe down on the ground and saw blood. So then they went inside and realized that this was a murder. Something else new, and I'm going to go through this with my guest, Maureen O'Connell, who is a retired FBI agent, and see what she thinks about this. But there are now additional 911 calls that have been released, and these are from April 15th. So these are from months ago, beginning of last year, 2:45 a.m. According to police, these calls are from the same address as the Tepe's address. And you can hear, I'm going to play this for you, but you hear a woman in the call describing what appears to be a domestic dispute. Now, important to note that Monique Tepe's family says 100% this is not Monique Tepe. So the question of who this person is, this woman is who called from the same address, what does this have to do with anything? Again, I'm going to get into that in a couple of minutes with my guest, but I want to play you this call.
Hello? Hi, this is 911. We just got a hang-up call. Is everything okay?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm okay.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm okay. Sorry.
Okay, well, it sounds like you're crying. Do you need police, paramedics, or anything?
No, I'm okay. I promise. I'm just emotional. I'm okay. I don't need nothing.
Well, can I ask what had you call 911 in the first place? Like, were you having an argument with
Me and my
somebody?
man got into it, but I'm okay. I promise.
Did anything ever get physical?
No.
You guys were just arguing, nobody hit each other?
Yes.
Okay. All right, man. Well, I have the information here. I can go ahead and tell the officers to cancel hitting over to your address there at 1411 North 4th Street.
Yes.
If anything changes, call us back.
Okay.
All right,
I'm
thank
sorry.
you.
I'm joined now by Maureen O'Connell, retired FBI agent. Good to see you as always.
Yep.
We're in the car because I'm in Los Angeles.
I know.
It's kind of weird we're in the car.
And you know, if you're not in the car, you're out walking on the sidewalks.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, let's just sit down, huh?
Yeah, you're just joking. How do you not fall down all the time?
I know.
But seriously, with this Ohio dentist case, I mean, it's now been, almost 2 weeks since this happened. At first, I thought maybe police knew something and just weren't letting on. But then they released video, and it seems like, do you think they have any idea?
Well, I heard that some of the people were saying, hey, it's 2 a.m. Maybe someone's just walking home from a bar. Yeah, it could be. But if that's the only person they see on any surveillance video that fits in the time frame of when these people were murdered, then yeah, it's someone you definitely have to figure out who it is and talk to them.
What stood out to you in that surveillance video?
Just the way he walked, his left leg. It looked, it sounds crazy, but it looked like he either rode horses a lot in his life or like busted Broncos or something. He just had that walk, like that cowboy kind of walk.
Yeah.
With his left knee. And maybe he has something wrong with his knee and it kind of protrudes out a little bit on that left leg.
He had his head down, it looked like, I think it was a hoodie.
Yeah.
But I was wondering, like, if sometimes when I'm cold, I'll do that.
Yeah. A lot of people do it when they're cold, but they also do it to evade detection from cameras. So it could have been both or just one or the other.
What was your sense?
Both.
Both cold and evading. Yeah.
Because it was very cold that night. It's just the air is blowing my hair.
Oh, it's cold in here too at the same time. Yeah. Sorry. The 911 call. There's the new 911 call from previously from the house.
Doesn't sound like.
What do you think?
Was someone staying at her house? Did she let one of her friends stay at the house and this situation happened? It just doesn't sound like her, but who knows? What do you think?
I think my first thought was it was like a mistake. Like, did they provide the wrong call from a different house or something? You know,
I mean, if it's a hard line, you're not going to make a mistake. A hard line meaning one of those, wired telephone.
But who has those anymore?
A lot of people are getting them now for emergencies.
Yeah, that's true.
Because if you dial 911 from a hard line, they know that this is it. They know exactly where it's coming from. If it's off her phone, there is a possibility that it could be.
Right, she's in the house next door
or something like that. Yeah,
because she said "my man" or something. It just, I don't know. It was weird. Like if Spencer Tepe is married to Monique and they have a kid, it's just hard to imagine there was another woman in the house.
Yeah, I agree.
It's just something about it doesn't add up to me.
That was strange. Now I did notice when I was looking at the footage initially, it looks like they have a keypad on their front door.
Yeah,
and you and I both talked about there not being any sign of
forced entry
or anything. So I wonder who they gave the entry code to. Because, I have a company where we do security assessments and all the stuff. And I always tell people, make sure you give your caretaker or whoever's coming in and out of the house their own specific code so you know when they're coming and when they're going. And, I'm just wondering if it's someone that she allows in the house on a regular basis, either a friend or someone that works there, or does, maybe it's the girl that does her hair that knew she was going to be out of town that week.
Yeah.
And just went over with her man to have some fun and everything went sideways,
Right.
I mean, when you have a keypad like that, it's a lot easier for people to gain access, and people really need to be careful about that.
And the brother-in-law has said that's definitely not Monique's voice.
Yeah.
Like, it's definitely not her. So it's just kind of a weird little piece to this. But what do you think? I mean, it's like, again, it's been almost 2 weeks. Like, what do you think happened? Do you have any idea? The statistics show that these things don't normally happen randomly, right? I mean,
right. And it doesn't appear that anything was stolen. And he took, 5 rounds?
I just know it was multiple
rounds, and she took 1 round to the chest. There could be 2 reasons for that. One, with regard to the guy, he's going to be stronger. He looked fit. Whoever went in there really wanted to just make sure that that he wouldn't be a threat to whoever the offender was, whoever the shooter was. But that doesn't really hold a lot of water. They shot the wife in the chest, so she's dead. And then they shot him a number of times, which would lead many people to believe that he was the actual target. But why was he the target? We don't know. A lot of that is going to be answered by social media, encrypted apps. Was he living a secret life of some sort? Who knows? I mean, what do
coworkers.
Yeah.
I mean, at first I'm like, gosh, maybe this is some kind of random thing. But the more you think about it, it just doesn't really happen very much, especially if nothing was stolen at the house.
And the kids were left alive.
Right. And what does that mean, if the kids were left alive?
Right. So if it was someone that just went in there to kill because I want to kill and I get off on killing, and a lot of people do get off on killing. If that's the thing, then those little innocent angels wouldn't be here right now,
Right.
So we don't know. There's a lot of things we don't know, but honestly, the social media, all of his devices, all his whole digital footprint, and they're digging into that right now, trying to find stuff, and I'm sure they're coming up with something. Who knows? But by all accounts, they were just lovely, very nice, got along great, worked very hard. He was a guy that everyone could depend on. So who knows?
They just had their anniversary. I mean, it's a beautiful couple.
Right.
You think about those kids being there. The other thing that I thought about with this is, I started thinking about, they all those coworkers were calling 911 like an hour after he didn't show up for work. And I was just thinking, like, if I didn't show up for work, because I'm pretty reliable, like, what would happen? I don't know that my coworkers would call 911 within an hour. I think they would be hunting me down.
Right.
But that's quick to.
It is. Well, they were close enough. The reason I think it happened is because they were close enough to call his wife's phone, and she didn't answer either. And they probably knew they were both in town.
Right.
He probably had patients lined up all that morning. And he was the guy that was always there early. And if you had a half-hour appointment, you were done at 28 minutes. And you know, he was that punctual with his clients or with his patients. And then when they couldn't get in touch with the wife, I don't know. I mean, I just got called to do a welfare check on this lady up the street by this elderly lady that I, good friend of mine. And so, I ran up there and did it and looked in the windows and everything and knocked on the door, and finally she was there. But she was very sick, ended up in the hospital. But anyhow, there's a lot of first responders. We get called to go to people's houses, but people don't, calling 911, it would have to be, I think you hit on something, because it would have to be something more than that, unless he's that reliable. How far did he work? How far did he live from home?
Far, I want to say like an hour and a half. Where he worked, it was a commute. He had a big commute, which is kind of interesting from what I've seen. Yeah. But I don't know. I don't know why that element I started to think about, because I was like, gosh, if I didn't show up like for a live shot for work, which would be totally out of the ordinary, within an hour would my coworkers call 911?
Well, maybe if your coworkers worked with you day in and day out,
Yeah.
8-10 hours a day, and then they were on the phone with you when you're on your commuting in, commuting out, and they knew everything about you.
Right.
Maybe.
Or maybe they knew, I wonder if they know something else too. Like, was there something in his life that he was worried about or something?
Right.
That they knew. I guess maybe they would have said that in the call.
Not always, no, because they weren't like that. His business partner didn't even say, I'm a dentist, he's a dentist, we own a practice. He's the he just said, oh, he's really reliable at work. He didn't even say what the work
and he
was.
said I'm in Florida.
Yeah. So, no, they didn't cough up a lot of information in the call that they could
Right.
have, but you're careful when you call 911. You're like, you're being recorded.
Yeah.
You want to make sure,
A lot of people were getting on the 911 operator because she was kind of like rude a couple of times, because people kept calling and she was getting kind of frustrated. But I guess most of these, I was trying to put myself in her shoes. Most of these wellness checks, they probably get 1 million of those a day.
Mhm.
And it's not like,
And if you've ever worked dispatch, oh my God, people call because they want to ride to the hospital at 3 a.m.
Right. You get a lot of.
They don't even care. And you can't believe why people dial 911. If you're a reasonable person, you say, wow, calling 911, you should get more respect from that. But what you might not realize is 96% of the calls are absolute nonsense.
Yeah.
And time wasters. So it's an exercise in futility to a certain extent, punctuated with life and death situations. So you have to, it's a process. They burn out pretty easily.
You always hear like, what is it? The first 48 hours are most important, and then something like that in an investigation. Like, should we be worried this is just not going to get solved? Like, do you think this is going to be a real whodunit?
Well, it already is a whodunit. You're asking if it's going to become a cold case.
Yeah.
I really hope not. I hope they're going to be able to find things out. The fact that he lives an hour and a half from home in Ohio.
Yeah.
That to me is odd. I don't know why, but of all the things I've learned about this case, that's the strangest thing to me.
That he commuted so far to work.
Yes.
Yeah, I forget the exact distance, but I saw a tweet about it, which kind of stood out to me too. But I guess, maybe that's where they need dentists in that area,
Well, the thing about Ohio is it's relatively affordable considering the rest of the country. And they moved to a neighborhood which is up and coming, but it's surrounded by a bad neighborhood.
Right.
And that's, I don't know. I don't understand that. Why you would move there. I could understand if the neighborhood they moved into where they had their house was 10 blocks from his office, then you understand.
Right.
But an hour and a half, I just think that
maybe they just wanted to live in Columbus. 75 miles is what it's being reported that, he drove from work home. Why are you so...
What do you think? Do y'all think that it's really odd that he commuted an hour and a half for work? Do y'all think it's really odd? Do you think there was just something there, or is it just a coincidence, or maybe her family was close by? Tell me what you think in the chat.
Like, stuck on that. Like, what? I guess it is interesting.
It is interesting, and it's a little bit weird. I'll tell you why. If he was driving 75 miles so he could live on the beach with his kids, that's one thing. But to live even though it's a beautiful house and it seems to be a pretty block, but to live in an area that's surrounded by an area that's not really safe when you have tiny kids, I don't know. It's just not making. It's not connected.
Something with that detail.
Something with it is gnawing at me, actually.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's an interesting. Yeah. It's interesting.
What do you think?
I think that, I don't know. I mean, like I was telling you earlier, sometimes people in certain professions will get paid more to work in undesirable areas.
Donna.
Like,
Weird,
I've got a
eh?
pharmacist friend, if you go work at a pharmacy in Alaska, you make more money than if you work in LA. You know what I mean?
Yes, absolutely.
So maybe this was a good opportunity at kind of like a remote dental office or something versus being right in Columbus.
So we should probably look in and see what the deal was with where his office was.
Yeah. So that could be an explanation.
Family, being close to family could be an explanation.
Yeah, right. There could be, maybe they wanted to be in Columbus for that reason.
Like if her family was right there and she wanted the kids raised around their cousins.
Right.
Yeah, that would make sense.
But yeah, there's something with the whole thing. I don't know. This is an intriguing one, I think, this case. It's so sad, first of all, but it's also, I don't know, there's a lot of them where you can kind of like figure it out in your head. I don't know.
Yeah.
There's something we don't know here.
Right. So there's a lot of them you can figure out pretty quickly.
Yeah. Even you can't figure this one out.
No, I can't figure this one out. Well, I don't have enough information.
Yeah, there's not much. I wonder what police know. I wonder if there's
the police know a lot more than we do.
Yeah. All right. Well,
but sometimes getting in those encrypted apps is just impossible, and that's where a lot of the info lies.
Well, thank you, Maureen.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. As always, I really appreciate Maureen for meeting with me and kind of discussing the case. And there is just so much that we don't know, as she mentioned. And you have to hope that police know more behind the scenes. But they're certainly not releasing very much, and they haven't said whether or not they found that person of interest in the surveillance video. I want to play for you guys again, though, the 911 calls. These are from
I get it, Cammy. I get it.
coworkers, and also the owner. So you hear the owner first, and then you'll hear the coworkers when they arrived at the house. And when I say the owner of the dental practice where Spencer Tepe worked.
Yeah, and the other weird part about it is that they probably, hey, Michelle, they would have been able to live less expensively closer to the dental practice, and it would have been a safer community. So it's very interesting. Yeah. Oh, were they maybe looking at an opening in their office? I didn't know that. Interesting. Interesting. Hey, everybody, how do you like this format? I'm not talking as much and I'm not reading because I'm sick. But how do you like this format of me just saying less, just commenting here and there, and just listening to other podcasts and trying to, what I've been doing after I get off today is if we were going to go live tomorrow, which I won't tomorrow, I will do members lives on Saturdays. But I'm trying to bring you the new fresh perspectives and a variety of stuff to make it more interesting for you. Tell me what you think. Do you like this new format? Because my thought is, if you guys like this, is just do the daytime show. We just cover the true crime cases that are top of the community. Then we redo Jack and Lilly. And then once I get enough people watching this daytime show, I'll add Sebastian Rogers to it. So we'll do the top cases of the day, 2 or 3 of them, and then we'll do Jack and Lilly recap and then Sebastian Rogers recap. You love it too, Kim? Okay, thank you. My lungs love it. Not too many jobs here. Yeah, that could be it, Hope. But I mean, maybe. But in his case, he's driving to work. You'd think they'd find you like it too. I like it too. And it's not that I don't love Jack and Lilly. I just have to give myself this all links under one umbrella. Thank you, honey. Okay, yeah. And then what I'm going to start doing when I'm feeling better is I'm going to put the links to all the podcasts of the day in the description as well and timestamp them. So if you want, thank you, honey. I'm happy to hear that. And if you want to just go to one case, you don't have to listen to, if you just wanted to, thank you, DEA. Yeah, if you want to just listen to Sebastian Rogers, you just go to that part, So we're going to get the timestamps in there and you can just go to certain parts. Right now, this channel's too small to do standalone videos. But if I do like a 4 or 5 hour stream in the day eventually, like a daytime show, 10 to 3, where all the top cases are covered. And then we review for the last 2 hours, an hour of Sebastian, an hour of Jack and Lilly. And you can timestamp. And then I can take just I can make viral just little clips or just shorter versions because someone's asked for shorter synopses of the cases. Once we have the volume of people watching, then I can just do a short mini recap from the live. I can just clip part of it. So that's the goal. If you guys like it, of course. I enjoy this format because it allows us, yeah, exactly, for shorts or even just a 15-minute recap. I can take 15 minutes of and piece together. And you think about it, he could be established there and did not want to start over with another practice. It could be Hope. It could be. Okay, well, thank you for the feedback. It's important to me that you guys enjoy this new format. I really love this format. Personally, I really do. Next week, we're going to likely, I think Nick Reiner for now, there's not much to say. So I think we'll put that on the back burner until we get more updates. If we get more from Anna Kepner, we'll relay that. But next week, unless there's something new coming out, I want to go back and start adding to this recap Gus Lamont. There's a lot of stuff. Did the mustard foot soak? Did you do the mustard foot soak? No, I did not get an email an email from you, honey. I did not get any email about the mustard foot soak. But yeah, so that's the goal. So next week, I'm thinking we'll do more Tepe. Maybe not as much Tepe, because I think unless something new comes up. And just like Grizzly said earlier, I will, DEA, thank you, honey, I'll check it. Just like Grizzly said earlier, true crime, like I tried to plan it ahead for Donna, because I also like to try to plan, but you just don't know. So what I've been doing this week, which I love, is I get off this live and now I go and research what's going on, and I pick together the best of what I think is the best, and then I review it again in the morning. And now I'm trying to get organized ahead of time just before the live, so I've got the videos lined up in the right order. No, we didn't discuss Gus today, honey, but I want to next week. So I think we'll go back to reviewing Gus, because there's a lot of new stuff coming out. Jack and Lilly, and Tepe and Tepe and whatever else might be coming out. Okay, I've got a slew of new cases lined up in inbox as well. And we'll see what happens. There's a few new cases coming out that might start to really take over. We've got serial killers going on in Lady Slipper, in Austin, Texas Lake, in the Houston Bayou. We've got 6 dead. Tepe, thank you, Tepe. We've got 6 dead in Disneyland in 60 days. We've got another missing child. What's his name? Davies, who's been missing. They've arrested the parents. Yeah, we've got the grave robber, Donna. Isn't that creepy? That's disgusting. Wow. There's so much going on in true crime. And like I said, I also want to get into trials eventually. So for now, we're just rolling this out. This is a new format that I really wanted to move towards. I'm enjoying it because I find there are so many cases, Happy Turtle. Absolutely. There are so many cases. But I'm enjoying this format because like Tepe is so interesting right now, but it's going to eventually, once it's solved, it's going to die down and it'll be replaced by something else. But I think Tepe is going to be continued to be talked about until we get answers. That's just my thought. Okay, let's finish up Brian Enton. Then we have a very quick video on this case on how to question the children in this case, and then we're going to go to Jack and Lilly.
On the police, Tech 107.
Yes, I would like to ask for a wellness check on an individual at their home. Well, I'm currently in the state of Florida. I'm on vacation, but this individual, Spencer, works with me, and he did not show up to work this morning, and we cannot get a hold of him or his family.
He didn't show up to work?
Correct.
Okay. Did he have medical problems or?
No, and he's been reliable, and we cannot get in touch with him, his wife, his family, anybody that lives in that house.
Okay. So
His
you're
2
in
kids in the home. I'm in Florida. I own the business. I was informed by my employees that he was not at work, and he runs the office.
Did you receive information that he may have been involved in an accident or?
No, ma'am. I just know that he is he is always on time, and he would contact us if there was any issues whatsoever. And I just don't know how else to say this. We're very, very concerned because this is very out of character. And we can't get in touch with his wife, which is probably the more concerning thing.
Okay. We will send somebody over as soon as we have an officer available, okay?
Okay. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Our boss did not report to work. We haven't been able to get a hold of him for 3 hours. We're on site and we can hear.
Okay, I just talked to somebody there.
Okay, I'm just making sure somebody called.
Yeah, I just got a call from somebody and sent it back up for dispatch.
Okay.
Are you there? Because you're not showing that you're at the
No,
location.
I'm en route there.
911. What's the location of your emergency? Okay, what's the emergency there? Police or medical?
Maybe both, I guess. I don't know. I'm kind of doing the
We had a call out there. They knocked on the front door and back door multiple times, and there was no answer.
Yeah, no answer. I can hear kids inside, and I swear I think I heard one yell, but we can't get in. At this point, I don't know if I need to break the door in or just get in the house or what. So.
Okay, were you out there when the police was out there?
I wasn't. I just got here about 5 minutes ago.
Okay, all right. Well, we'll send them back out to you.
Okay, thanks.
Bye. We got several calls on that. What's changed since the last person I talked to?
There's a body.
There's a body inside?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me get you on the line with the medic, okay? Stay on the line.
All right, honey, what's going on there? There's a body. Our friend wasn't answering his phone. We just did a wellness check. We just came here, and he appears dead. Okay. There's blood. He's laying next to his bed, off of his bed, and there's blood. I can't get closer to see more than that. Okay, so you can tell he's obviously not breathing or anything? Yeah. Is it like kind of like puddle, like, you know, does he look like... It doesn't puddle. I can't lie. Okay, all right, understand. Okay, and then when was the last time somebody spoke to him? Like yesterday, I suppose. Yesterday, okay. Yeah. How old is he? 37. 37, okay. Is he like a drug user or anything like that? No. Okay, all right, just because that's a really young age. Yeah, I understand. Okay, all right, we're on our way.
You can just imagine what this has been like for the families of the victims of Spencer and Monique, especially since there are these young kids that are now orphans, essentially. And the whole thing is just awful to think about. On News Nation, we actually interviewed a man named Rob Misley, who is Spencer Tepe's brother-in-law. He's sort of been like the family spokesperson throughout this entire thing. He's the one who said for sure that first 911 call from April of last year was definitely not Monique. But I wanted to play for you some of what he has to say, because it's just, again, heartbreaking to think about what this family is going through. So listen to what he said when he was on News Nation.
Unfortunately, I know just as much as the next person. I was told by a reporter about 10 minutes before this got posted that it was released by the police department. And, when I first saw it, yeah, I do think, suspicious looking person there. It also very well could be, somebody walking home drunk from a bar. But it's evidence nonetheless that hasn't been released until now, and it's good that they're kind of progressing through this.
And this is right between 2 a.m. and 5 a.m., which is the window they say they believe that the shootings happened. Rob, do you or your family members have any idea who might have been capable of doing this? Did your family have any enemies? Did Spencer and Monique have any enemies at all that are known?
Not that I can speak on or know of. I know that they've had this massive community around him that they were just so well liked and admired by everyone. You can see in this picture that's kind of defines them. They were always smiling. They were always laughing. So it's really just unbelievable and shocking to all of us when we found out. I still, a week later, still doesn't feel real. I can't believe I'm like here talking about this. So.
I mean, it doesn't make any sense at all. What do you know about the little kids? Spencer and Mo had two little ones. I mean, I think one is 1 year old, the other one is 4. Do you have any idea what they saw, what they experienced in that home?
We do not. I know, they have met with some people to talk. It sounds like I can't really talk on any evidence, but we've had them with us for the past couple of days. They're with some other relatives at the moment, and they were just as happy and unfortunately unaware as they ever could be. But they're in loving hands, and even more people are coming by their side.
So again, just tragic for this family. I'll continue to stay on this.
Whoops, I'm muted. Okay, last video on this case. We're going to go now after this last video to Jack and Lilly. Don't worry, dear. Some situation here. My husband, 3 kids against me because I'm so careful. I live in gated community. You can never be too careful nowadays. This isn't even the tip of the iceberg of what's going on right now, right? We're not even covering half of it. So it's true. Mutual friends with Monique. and she had info on her ex-husband. They lived in VA before Monique just poof moved out on him while at work. I don't and what's this mean, Michelle? I don't know what that means. Sad thing is we have to be careful these days. Absolutely. You know, and you just can't go anywhere without being concerned, you know? Okay, let's listen to this. Ashley Banfield here in News Nation. It's the last video. We're going to go to Jack and Lilly.
Forensic information from a young child is an extremely specialized skill and one that many police officers just hand right over to the experts, like Dr. Rebecca Bailey. She's a leading family psychologist and former personal therapist of J.C. Dugard. J.C., you'll remember, was abducted by a convicted sex offender while walking to the bus stop at just 11 years old. She remained missing for more than 18 years, bearing 2 children by her rapist. Her rapist and his wife are serving life. Dr. Bailey, thank you so much for being here. Just walk me through what happens now, if you could, with these little tiny witnesses. I'm just going to assume the 1-year-old is out of the picture, but that the 4-year-old could be questioned. What actually happens?
What's important that when they are questioned, and particularly you're right, the 4-year-old is with somebody who's really well trained in forensics. There are protocols that are used throughout the country that is responsible training, which include being very careful about not re-traumatizing the child, which, as we watched with that one, my heart just went into my feet. Bless that kid's heart. You want to be very careful about not suggesting things, about not doing leading questions, taking a kid into repeated interviews. We're very careful about that. Also titrating at times, that the experience, the environment where you do the interview is super, super important. You don't want it done in the police station. 4-year-olds, like any other age, also can be very variable in their ability to recall accurately. And then the last thing is if it is somebody known to the child, you can see a tremendous loyalty bind at times. It's just so heartbreaking, isn't it?
Well, I'll tell you something, that AJ Hutto, you didn't even see the most traumatizing moment on the stand when they asked him to identify his mom, and he looked around the courtroom and didn't, and then suddenly recognized there she was. She'd been away from him, locked up for years, and he just burst into tears. It broke my heart. I covered it live. But I do want to ask you about the suggestibility, because one of the things in AJ's case that was questioned by Amanda's defense lawyer was that this child had been put in the back of a car with other family members who hated Amanda and said all sorts of things about Amanda, and that might be the memory of little AJ. How does an expert know when you're getting the real witnessed event or just what was suggested to them?
Well, it's challenging. We absolutely know it's challenging. The basic, when a child is being interviewed in the formal manner, you want to make sure that they are able to give child-centered language, meaning that they're using words that sound like a child would use, they're concrete, they're able to stay with the same story without a whole lot of fantastical elaboration to what they're saying. So that's really one of the ways to do a veracity check. It's again challenging. So you're looking.
Yeah, I would
for
imagine that.
language.
I was just going to say, I would imagine that the parents or the adults who are trying to meddle with a child wouldn't think to use 4-year-old lingo. They would just talk in their own mannerisms, and that would be absorbed and then regurgitated by the child, right?
Absolutely. And a lot of my work, as you know, has been in the treatment side of it. And even in that side, you have to be really careful with suggestibility, because you can change the course of a person's perspective in treatment as well. And sometimes when I know, particularly in a very, don't want to get into a tough area, but high conflict divorce, if the language doesn't fit, you know that you're not seeing a authentic expression of what occurred. I will also tell you, I have worked on one very tragic case where the mother was murdered, and they haven't actually pinned the murder to the person they believe, but because it was a family member, alleged family member. And these children, the loyalty bind is so deep. You can see it, that they just can't spill the tea. They just can't. And it's not because they're bad kids are hiding. Mm-hmm.
Sure. And sometimes they start saying things and then start to realize what they're saying is damaging to their loved one. And then they, like AJ just said, no, sir, I'm not going to show you what I just said. So it really, I could see you. I could see your reaction. And I had the same one. Let me tell you, it was so hard sitting through that trial. Dr. Rebecca Bailey, I'm going to call on you again because I think there's more to this story and I think those kids will play a part. Thank you so much for this.
Do you think these kids are going to play a part in this? Yeah, so thank you, Michelle. So what I did is I just pulled it up. Like I said earlier before you came in, Michelle, I'm going to do members only lives, not tomorrow, on Saturday morning because my lungs need a break. But I'm going to do, so Monday to Friday, 11, unless I get a job for now, Monday to Friday, 11 a.m. Saturday morning will be members lives, except tomorrow because I need to take a break because I'm not feeling great still. And then Sunday afternoon, 4 p.m. Eastern. So I've just added that to Sunday night, Michelle. Thank you. I've just added that podcast that you've just mentioned to Sunday at 4 p.m. Okay, we're going to move in now to Jack and Lilly. Okay, and let's pull up Jack and Lilly. Sorry. How did that one end up? Did I have the wrong Jack and Lilly? Oh, man. Please don't tell me because I was, again, sick when I was putting this together. Okay. And we're going to do, this is Sadie. She studies under, what's the name of her show? Let me pull it up. She studies under the behavioral panel. So let me just pull up her channel name. Sadie, the Prime Minister of Behavior. Michelle, I back that information from was so interesting, gladly, and cover it. Yes, I will, absolutely. Okay, so let's watch this, okay? This is her assessment. I've got 3 videos from her to play. They're about 10, 15 minutes each on her assessment of Jack and Lilly. So let's listen up. Now, she studied, again, with the Behavioral Channel, who we all love. And I really like her. It's a brand new channel. She got their support, and she's double our size in only a year. So she's doing a good job.
My channel. Today, we're stepping back to look at the big picture and the disappearance of Lilly and Jack Sullivan. You may have seen interviews with their stepfather, Daniel Martel, and their mother, Malaya Brooks Murray. They both have shared very different accounts of what happened when their children vanished on May 2nd, 2025.
Yes, we've already covered that, DEA. We've already done that. You want to go back to yesterday's? We've already covered them both.
But when you line their statements up side by side, certain patterns start to emerge and they raise serious questions. Lilly is just 6 years old. Jack is 4. They disappeared from their home in Lansdowne, Nova Scotia, and despite over 160 searchers, there's still no trace. Today, we're breaking down 10 red flags I've identified from both parents' interviews. Each one might seem small on its own, but together, they may reveal something much deeper. Watch closely and let me know in the comments which red flag stood out the most to you. The first red flag that I found was the door obsession, explaining the how, not the why. Let's start with what might seem like a small detail. The sliding door, but both Daniel and Malaya are oddly fixated on it. Daniel told CBC, the children must have opened the sliding back door, which is almost silent, and left, he said. That's also very similar to what Malaya said.
They happen to just get out that sliding door and we can't hear it when it opens.
Daniel also told CTV News. So I looked at the backyard. That's the only place they would go, and their boots were gone. The door, the sliding door, was closed. Usually they don't close the door. I usually have to remind them to close the door over and over. There's a pattern here. They're both working very hard to explain how the children got outside, but there's almost no explanation as to why they got out in the first place. It's clear that the kids weren't being watched that morning. But why were 2 young children being left alone? There's no accountability. The subtext is, this isn't our fault. It was too quiet. It's too easy. It could have happened to anybody. There's no responsibility. Someone else took our kids, and it's their fault, not ours. This framing shifts the blame outwards instead of asking, who is watching the kids? And how did this happen on your watch? Speaking of which, if this were an abduction, wouldn't the door have been left open? Especially when Daniel mentioned the door was closed. Usually they don't close the door. I usually have to remind them to close the door over and over. Why the sudden change of behavior on the very day that they disappeared? This isn't just about a door. It's about building a story where everything feels out of their control and nothing is their fault. Red flag number 2, language of finality. Just 24 hours after Lilly and Jack went missing, Malaya told CTV,
We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found.
Not fear, not confusion, not hope, sorrow. That word suggests mourning, not searching. And that's deeply unusual in the early hours of a missing child case. Most parents hold on to hope, even desperately so. We usually hear words like, we're doing everything we can, we're praying, we just want them home. But here, we're hearing grief language. Language that suggests emotional acceptance. And it doesn't stop there. Daniel told CBC on May 5th.
We covered everywhere possible. Even in the first day we did.
That's past tense, as if the effort is already over. Just 3 days in, and the energy isn't urgency, it's resignation. This is a red flag in deception detection. People who know more than they're saying, consciously or not, often show signs of premature closure. They talk about the situation as if it's already finished, already lost, already beyond their control. Instead of, we're going to keep searching until they're found. It's, we tried. That's not what you expect from parents in a race against time. That's what you expect when someone's already accepted the worst and just hasn't said it out loud yet. Red flag number 3, the performance doesn't really match the story. Let's look at the performance versus the reality. Daniel describes his actions after the kids disappeared in vivid, almost cinematic terms. He tells CBC he jumped in his vehicle and surveyed every dirt road.
Immediately jumped in the vehicle, surveyed all the areas, many dirt roads, many culverts as I could. As soon as I seen they were missing, I jumped right in the vehicle and I did every dirt road and searched every culvert.
He told Global News he went through waist-deep water and that he was screaming until his throat hurt.
Screaming as loud as I can, just until my throat hurt, running through water that was up to my waist.
It sounds like chaos, panic, an all-out physical search. But when we see him in every interview, he's calm, controlled, clean. His clothes are pristine, his hair isn't wet. There's no visible sign he's been through the woods, the mud, or the water, let alone any mention of needing to clean up or change. Sure, it's possible he freshened up before facing the media. But what stands out is not just his physical appearance, it's the disconnect between the story he's telling and the way he's telling it. This is someone who claims to have been emotionally and physically wrecked from searching for 2 missing children. Yet he's composed, articulate, and strangely rehearsed. This mismatch is critical because when someone recounts real trauma, especially recent trauma, the body tends to show it. Shaky hands, red eyes, voice cracks, struggling to find the words. But with Daniel, the delivery is smooth. The story is consistent, almost too consistent. When the emotion doesn't match the content, we start to question the authenticity because real panic looks chaotic. Real desperation interrupts, it rambles, it slips. This isn't that. The words say panic, but the body and the performance say something else entirely. Red flag number 4, blaming the victims. Now let's talk about something especially unsettling, the way that Daniel and Malaya describe Lilly and Jack. When asked why he thinks the pair might have been abducted, Martel said, I have no idea why anyone would want to take them, but they're easy to take. If they would have wandered to the road, they would get in any car as long as you offered them food or water or even candy or anything like that, or even to see mom and dad, they would immediately get in. He also added,
They'll talk to anyone, they want to go with anyone. They're just looking to have as much fun as they can.
Meanwhile, Malaya told CTV,
They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off.
Think about this. These aren't warm, protective memories. These are descriptions of Lilly and Jack as easy targets. They're not saying, please bring our babies home. They're just little kids. We love them. They're saying, anyone could have taken them, and here's why. It doesn't come across as heartbreak. It sounds like a preemptive explanation. And one line stands out as especially odd. Even to see mom and dad, they would immediately get in. But mom and dad were inside the house, weren't they? Why would they suggest the kids climb into a stranger's car to see their parents if their parents were already home? That's not just an unusual example, it's a nonsensical one. And in a case where every single word matters, that slip raises serious questions. Even more troubling, it quietly shifts the blame. The implication is they were just too friendly. It could have happened to anyone. But this isn't about random vulnerability. This is about 2 very young children. When the focus is on how easy they were to take, not the fight to bring them home, you start to wonder what the real motive behind these words might be. Red flag number 5, the missing timeline. Where was Daniel? Let's talk about the timeline and the decision Daniel Martel made in the most critical window of this case. If that recording is true, Lilly and Jack were last seen around 8 a.m. Malaya called 911 at approximately 10 in the morning, but by the time the police arrived, Daniel was already gone. Martel says he then jumped in his vehicle and started looking for them. Martel said he immediately jumped in the car and searched neighboring roads, looking in culverts. By the time he returned home, the RCMP were there, having been already called by the children's mother.
Immediately jumped in the vehicle, surveyed all the areas, many dirt roads, many culverts as I could, and waited for the police to get there. As soon as I seen they were missing, I jumped right in the vehicle and I did every dirt road and searched every culvert. The very first day I wasn't around very much because I was just searching. I was running through the woods, screaming their name till my throat hurt.
That means instead of staying at the house to help police or even wait for them to arrive, he left alone with no coordination, no confirmed destination, no accountability. In the early hours of a missing child case, every second matters, but Daniel chose to remove himself from the scene. He took himself out of view during the most crucial time frame, when police needed eyes, statements, and timelines locked in. If Daniel truly had 2 full hours before the 911 call was made, that's a huge window of time, and he could have been doing anything. When children go missing, most parents stay rooted. frantic, desperate to be part of the response. But Daniel, he was already gone. That decision cast a long shadow over the timeline. Red flag number 6, no instinct, no urgency. What's missing speaks volumes. Beyond how Daniel and Malaya act in front of the camera, it's what they don't do that raises the biggest questions. Let's start with Lily's cough. We're told that she was kept from school that day because she wasn't feeling well. But that's it. It's never brought up again. There's no concern about whether she needs her medication, if she's cold, hungry, scared, or even just lying down somewhere weak and tired. In most missing child cases, especially with a sick child, parents obsess over their needs. She doesn't have her inhaler. He's afraid of the dark. She needs her blanket. Those instincts are automatic. They humanize the child and they guide the search. But here, there's nothing. No details. No urgency. It's like the children's needs vanished the moment they walked out the door, just like the kids themselves. Even more troubling, Malaya left the area shortly after the disappearance. There's no public explanation, no clear reason. That kind of detachment, both emotional and physical, is almost unheard of in a parent whose children are actively missing. And that silence, that's not just absence, it's a red flag. Red flag number 7. Tone and body language too calm for crisis. Let's talk about what you can see and even more what you can hear. In every interview, Daniel and Malaya are calm, but not the type of calm that comes from strength, the type that feels unnatural in a crisis. Daniel talks about running through woods screaming their names until his throat hurts, yet his face barely moves, his voice doesn't waver, he holds eye contact with the camera. No tears, no breaks, no panic leaking through the mask. Malaya, same thing. She sits composed. Her language is formal, filtered, like someone giving a prepared statement, not a desperate plea. There's no visible emotional overwhelm, no tearful moments, no shaky hands, no desperate energy. Now let's be clear, not everyone reacts the same way to trauma, but parents of missing children are almost always emotionally raw. You see tears, you see pleading, you see stumbling over words because the pain is unbearable. You feel their fear, even if they don't say a word. But here, we're seeing control, composure, a strange steadiness that doesn't match the magnitude of what's really happening. And in behavior analysis, that mismatch matters. Because when someone describes a highly emotional event, but their body or their face doesn't reflect any of that emotion, it raises the question. Are they telling you what happened? Or are they telling you what they want you to believe? True fear isn't polished. True panic doesn't stay in a neat little box. But in these interviews, that panic is nowhere to be found. What we're seeing isn't desperation, it's presentation. And sometimes presentation is the biggest red flag of all. Red flag number 8, past versus present tense. Are they already grieving? Listen closely to the way Daniel and Malaya refer to Lily and Jack. Malaya says, everyone loves them, present tense. But she also says the family is filled with pain and sorrow.
We're all filled with pain and sorrow.
That word, sorrow, as I said before in my red flag 2, it is associated with loss, not hope. It's grieving language, not the kind of language you use when you think that there's still a chance. Then we look at Daniel.
Jack just absolutely loves bugs, dinosaurs, but she also loved doing everything with Jack.
These are all past tense references, describing Lily and Jack like they're already gone. So why talk about them like it's over? Most grieving parents cling to the present tense. She is so brave. He loves trucks. They're probably scared. They refuse to switch because switching means accepting the possibility their child might never come back. In these interviews, that switch happens quickly, almost too naturally. It suggests resignation, or worse, it can suggest foreknowledge. When someone speaks about a missing loved one in the past tense before any outcome has even been confirmed, it can be a sign they're not just afraid of the worst, they may already know it. And in a case where every word matters, those tenses don't just slip, they reveal. Red flag number 9, scripted phrasing. Over-rehearsed, not recalled. There's a big difference between consistency and scripting. And in Daniel's interviews, that line gets blurry fast. He repeats nearly identical phrases across every network. Waist deep water, checked every culvert, screaming until my throat hurt.
Immediately jumped in the vehicle, surveyed all the areas, many dirt roads, many culverts as I could, and waited for the police to get there. As soon as I seen they were missing, I jumped right in the vehicle, and I did every dirt road and searched every culvert. The very first day I wasn't around very much because I was just searching. I was running through the woods, screaming their name till my throat hurt. Even with me running through the woods, I was ahead of the helicopters and ahead of the drones and stuff like that. Screaming as loud as I can, just till my throat hurt. Running through water that was up to my waist.
On the surface, that might seem like a man staying consistent under pressure, but when you look closer, it doesn't sound like recall. It sounds like rehearsal. Here's the thing about real memories. They flex, they evolve with each retelling. New details surface, emotions slip in, phrasing changes slightly because you're accessing the memory, not reading from a script. But rehearsed stories, they're airtight. Same beats, same words, same order. And that's exactly what we see in Daniel's media appearances. This kind of rigid repetition, especially when describing high stress events, can actually be a red flag in deception analysis. It often means that the speaker memorized a version of the truth they're comfortable with, and now they're sticking to it word for word to avoid slipping up. But the human mind doesn't work that way when recalling trauma. If he really had been running, screaming, wading through deep water, the emotional chaos of that experience would have seeped into each retelling. It would sound different each time, not like he was hitting the same script points over and over and over again. Red flag number 10, no direct appeal, missing the message that matters. In most high-profile missing child cases, there's one thing we almost always see, a direct emotional plea. Parents speaking to their children through the camera or begging whoever might have them to bring them home. But in this case, that emotional connection is strangely absent. Daniel does say the children's names, and he does issue a general request.
I urge the public to come out if you have anything, come out as fast as possible and get it to any detachment or any police service that you have available to get to talk to.
What's missing is a personal, heartfelt plea. There's no, Lily, Jack, we love you. We're here. Please hold on. No emotional reach for them. No words meant for them. Just controlled public-facing statements, more of a press conference than a desperate plea from someone who has helped raise them. And from Malaya, nothing. She never once says the children's names in her interview. She doesn't speak to them, doesn't address the public with urgency. There's no emotional slip, no desperate moment. Instead, both parents present their messages with calm delivery, generic phrasing, and an almost clinical tone. Not fear, not heartbreak, not instinct. Why does that matter? Because when children are missing, the most natural human response is to reach for them, even when you know they can't hear you. To speak as if they can, to connect, to beg, to cry, to plead, because hope refuses to let go. But here, the connection is missing, and that's not just a missed opportunity, it's a red flag. Let me be clear, none of this is proof, but it is a pattern. And when red flags start stacking up, you don't ignore them, you look closer, you ask harder questions. Lilly and Jack are still missing, and while we all hope for the best, hope doesn't solve cases. The truth does. We've broken down 10 red flags. Now I want to know what you see. Are we waiting?
We're going to listen to a couple more of her analysis. DEA, I don't have any email from you in the spam folder. And Kim, I don't suspect the RCMP asked her to take it down. Excuse me. I have not watched it because I deliberately don't want to be swayed by other readings. I don't know how similar it is. I've heard some people say it's similar to what I said, but I don't know. But I don't think that RCMP asked her to take it down. I would suspect one of the family members has threatened to sue her. Okay, let's watch her next video here. I mean, I'm not sure for sure, but does something feel off? Let's watch this one. She does a great job.
Did a number of interviews. So I'm just going to go through them right now and show you all of them, and then we can kind of discuss it as we go. I've also, just to add, I noticed that there was 2 separate medias, but 1 interview. So I've compiled them. So it's actually side by side. You'll see what I mean.
I know they took their boots. That's pink boots for Lilly, blue boots for Jack, with dinosaurs on them. Lilly had her backpack with white, and it was white, strawberries on it. I imagine now if they're in the woods that it'd be probably brown, but I don't see them carrying their backpack. I don't see them keeping a pull-up on for that long after it got soaked from the very first day. We only found the 2 boot tracks outside of the house.
Whereabouts?
Right beside the house, probably 10 feet away from the backyard.
In the backyard, okay.
Nothing new, other than the helicopters are still in the air.
I have no email from you in the last few minutes, son. None.
And they had dogs. They took around the dogs today, and as of last night, they had 8 more drones going out on the infrared. I urge the public to come out if you have anything, come out as fast as possible and get it to any detachment or any police service that you have available to get to talk to. Lilly and Jack are awesome kids, very, very kind. They'll talk to anyone. They want to go with anyone. They're just looking to have as much fun as they can. Jack just absolutely loves bugs, dinosaurs, and anything like that. But Lilly loves girly things, but she also loves doing everything with Jack, bugs. They're like best friends, not just brother and sister.
I just wanted to point out a few things with that just like really got to me. So again, check out this side by side. I just feel like it's kind of important to be able to look at both angles. So when he breaks down, it made me feel very suspicious because...
Are you saying oh wow to me, honey? Do you want to send it again? Because it's not in spam either, honey. Okay, we're going to listen to this. I got this video and one more, and then we're going to call it a day. We've been here a long time. This one, we've got 14 more minutes, and the other one about the same.
When you're sad, it doesn't matter who's watching. It doesn't matter when you're feeling true emotions, that those emotions take over, and it doesn't matter who is seeing it. They just come out. But he covers his face, and it's like he's trying to wipe tears away that are not there. And then what is the first thing he does when he brings his hand down? It's look up at the camera to see, or the person he's doing the interview with, to see if they're buying his story. Boom. Immediately. He goes directly to their eyes to see if they're buying his story.
Okay. I cannot take it seriously. It's the most pathetic attempt at a cry I've ever seen in my life. Like, oh my God, it's just so wretched to watch.
So, I mean, this is just my opinion, and I could be completely wrong. But the first time that I saw that, it just like threw me off so much, because I was like, if you're sad, that's just that, own it, you know, like that's what happens when you're sad. And like, obviously this is a very sad situation, but when he is doing this and he is looking at the camera, the interviewer, to see if he's, I mean, he could not be. I could be completely wrong with this. But that was a huge red flag. I don't know. I don't know. It just something's not sitting right. It's just not. Let's just watch it again. I think that we should just watch it again. Oh no, what did I do? There you go. All right, let's watch this again. Just this one part.
Looking to have as much fun as I can. Jack just absolutely loves bugs, dinosaurs, and anything like that. But Lily loves girly things, but she also loves doing everything with Jack, bugs. They're like best friends, not just brother and sister.
So let's continue.
We were searching. We covered everywhere possible. Even in the first day, we did. Even with me running through the woods, I was ahead of the helicopters and ahead of the drones and stuff like that. Screaming as loud as I can, and just until my throat hurt. Running through water that was up to my waist. And as soon as I got back, I wasn't allowed back in the woods until a man dressed in a military outfit said I could go back into the woods.
4 days into the search for his missing stepkids, Lilly and Jack Sullivan, Daniel Martel is pleading with the public to keep their eyes peeled. But he has begun to lose hope they are anywhere in the vicinity.
They hate being wet and cold, so they immediately would have came right back into the house. The only two prints are right beside the house facing the road, and then that's it.
Martel wants the search to be extended to include provincial borders in case the children were abducted, a reality he says is becoming more and more likely.
Post any officers they can get at the New Brunswick border, PI border, and get them at every airport possible. Anybody who has any information, or you think you've seen something or hear something, or any messages from friends about hearing something, just contact your local police services. Anything, guys, anything.
So that's a really interesting one, because I noticed that he was saying a lot of we at the start, and then he switched to I. He said we're searching, we're covering everywhere possible, and then he goes to I am leading the search.
We covered everywhere possible. Even in the first day, we did. Even with me running through the woods, I was ahead of the helicopters and ahead of the drones and stuff like that.
He's saying, even with me running through the woods, I'm ahead of the helicopters. So he's really just like putting it out there that he's just going for it. And then he breaks down because some army guy told him that he can't do it.
A man dressed in a military outfit said I could go back into the woods.
He also said that he's screaming as loud as he can.
Screaming as loud as I can, just until my throat hurt.
It's just interesting because he's really putting himself front and center of this whole thing. And I don't know what that means. I don't know if that means that he's innocent or if he's guilty. I mean, there's a lot of red flags, but there's also a lot of green flags, because he's saying their names and he's asking for help. But on the other hand, he's also using the past tense, and he's doing confirmation glances after showing emotion. I do wish that this one didn't cut away as soon as he got emotional, because I wonder if he would do the confirmation check right after. He does the same thing when he It's always the same when he goes to cry. Or is it real cry? I don't see, and that's the thing too, because I don't see any tears at all. But at the same time, this is days after they've been missing. So I don't know how, I can't imagine what he's going through. I can't imagine what anybody is going through. We're seeing a lot in his forehead. I still wonder about that scratch on his face, what that's from. This is the last one of the 4th, so let's continue.
As RCMP combed through woods and fields searching for 6-year-old Lilly and 4-year-old Jack Sullivan, their stepfather Daniel Martel spends every evening conducting his own search.
As soon as I seen they were missing, I jumped right in the vehicle and I did every dirt road and searched every culvert.
The children are thought to have wandered away from their home in Lansdowne Station on Friday morning. Martel believes they were only gone for about 20 minutes before he and their mother noticed they were missing.
The very first day I wasn't around very much because I was just searching. I was running through the woods, screaming their name till my throat hurt.
Martel says the only concrete clue so far is a boot print found near the backyard of the property. RCMP haven't shared any additional evidence.
For me, it's very strange that he continuously needs to tell everybody that he is doing so much.
No idea. I had no idea. I'm still searching every day. I'm waiting for information. I have to let them do a lot of their stuff with the aircrafts and everything else, and dogs and searchers. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be coordinated, and I can't just go running through the woods. I want to, but I just can't right now because the search is just so far out.
He's yelling in the woods, and he's going waist deep in water and being told that he needs to stop. Like, he's really trying to prove a point that he is very active in the search. So I think it's like, I don't know. It's hard because, like, on one hand, it's like, yeah, I feel like I would be doing the same kind of thing. But on the other hand, it's like, is it trying to hide some guilt of some kind? Does he maybe feel guilty? And so he's trying to cover up by being a superhero? I don't know. It's very strange. All right, we have one last interview, which is kind of a half interview of what we just saw.
I'm out here still searching, still fighting to try to find them. That's all I can do.
The message is still, if anyone knows anything.
If anybody knows anything, just come forward as soon as possible. 2 little kids are still out there. I want to find them. That's really all I can do. Still searching every day. I'm waiting for information. I have to let them do a lot of their stuff with the aircrafts and everything else, and dogs and searchers. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be coordinated, and I can't just go running through the woods. I want to, but I just can't right now because the search is just so far out.
It's interesting because instead of him saying what he should say, the journalist actually pushes him to say more. He says, so what's the message?
The message is still, if anyone knows anything.
Like, say the message. And that's like, for the journalist to be like, so come on, like, out with it. It's just very interesting and very telling because, and the journalist voice is like very cold. It doesn't feel like he's feeling any sympathy towards him, which is very interesting.
The message is still, if anyone knows anything.
If anybody knows anything, just come forward as soon as possible. 2 little kids are still out there.
And then he's like, oh yeah, the message, right? Like, it's like, come on, you should know the message. You should know what to say because it'd be such a given. And then it's also interesting because going from starting out with this whole thing of abduction, you know, there's hardly been any time where he's made an announcement to say, if you have my kids, please bring them home. Or not my kids, but, you know, there's no plea to the abductor. There's no message to the kids. There's no message at all. This guy had to remind him to send a message. I just find it all very interesting. I just find it all very, very interesting. So I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen next, but I'm very curious to see how this all goes down. I I don't know what to say about the kids. I feel very, very bad for those kids because I feel like it was definitely a case of neglect in a lot of ways. I feel like those kids really, they needed a lot of love. And it really just like hurts me to hear, you know, the things like, oh, they'll talk to anyone and like they'll get in anybody's car. It's just like why wouldn't you protect your kids from that? Like why wouldn't you just like in general protect your kids? I don't know, it's just very strange to me that. And then with the breakup as well, it's just like there's so many things about this that's just like, what's happening? This is very strange. No wonder everybody's so intrigued. It's just very strange. Well, that's all I really wanted to talk about today.
I have one more video from her. First, I just want to address a couple comments. That yes, apparently Malaya has been for 7 weeks in a healthcare facility, not doing well mentally. That's just rumor, speculation. I don't know that we know that 100% for sure. Yeah, and absolutely, I think Jack and Lilly were neglected, and not even came out in the Global News article, right? According to CPS visits. Michelle says apparently DM brought the tablets to Meadow to visit CPS where Melinda was and tried giving them to her. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know whether they took the tablets or not, but the focus of those interviews is on himself. He's inserted himself into this case, and it's all very curious. I'm going to read to you. I read to you part of an email the other day over a woman that follows our channel, is a retired police officer of 18 years in Australia. She sent me an email saying I'm a federal police officer retired, just FYI, from Australia Federal Police. And she said she thought I was on the right. I read this the other day. I'm on the right track with my visions, my psychic visions. And I asked her if she would be willing to come up and talk to us. And she said, because of the time difference, no. But she sent me this email instead. I'm going to read to you her opinion of Jack and Lilly as a retired police officer. She writes, January 8th, yesterday. Thank you, Leanne. I'm open-minded. As in the police force, you investigate all avenues and to not have preconceived ideas. Because I said I appreciate her being open to psychic visions. You keep going with your visions. As I've said, I believe you're on the right track. The RCMP dropped the ball early on and went with Malaya Brooks Murray and Daniel's explanation. And after multiple searches and using scent, then cadaver dogs, when they didn't find the kids, haven't really looked at other areas to investigate. I have little faith in them. They should be following social media to be aware of Daniel's changing stories. That should have rang alarm bells. Also, his use of meth could have made him violent, as it does have that effect, and he could have lashed out at the kids, hence why both kids had multiple black eyes. I believe he is complicit in getting rid of the kids, and that Malaya Brooks Murray has guilty knowledge, and so does Janie, who's also changing her story. As first she stated she was digging holes in the driveway, then she was raking it to put a pool in, but that day was only 58 degrees, too cold to swim in a pool, and stating she could always hear the kids, but nothing that morning. I also believe that Wong and the other neighbor were telling the truth about hearing cars between midnight, and there was no proof, but in such a rural area, there wouldn't be CCTV footage, cameras, so why didn't they believe them? In other words, why didn't the RCMP believe them? There's too much more to bring up, too long to put down here. She says she hopes Terry will come get up to speed and come on as a guest on the live. We haven't heard from him. I hope he comes back. I'd like to hear what he has to say. I hope you're feeling better. Sending hugs. So that's a retired police officer of 18 years opinion of this case, who has been following this case. And DEA says, according to my native friend, if the kids were unalive and Malaya Brooks Murray knows they are, she told me that Malaya Brooks would break down because certain ceremonies need to happen. That stress is huge. Interesting. Thank you, DEA. Interesting. Okay, the last video of the day. The last video of the day. She's covering Malaya Brooks Murray. It's 22 minutes long. I'm going to speed it up just a bit. Last video of the day.
Analysis about Lilly and Jack Sullivan's mom. There were a few red flags that I had, and I just wanted to cover them really quickly just to get the word out about them. And yeah, that's it. Hope you like it. Please consider liking and subscribing. I've watched this a few times, and the things that I have been paying attention to most is how often they are talking about their kids, how often they're using their names, and how often the focus is on them. And then, of course, how often they are trying to focus on what happened. So without further ado, let's take a look at the mother.
I'm just staying as hopeful as possible. I want them home. I want to hold them. And I want them home.
So it's interesting because right here, you see the chin boss, but it really doesn't seem like there's no guilt in the forehead. There's no sadness beyond that. I mean, it's just interesting.
What happened was we woke up.
It's also interesting that, I mean, obviously the question was, so can you tell us what happened? And then she repeated the answer, what happened was. And I just feel like where you started a story is very interesting when you are answering what happened.
What happened was we woke up. I heard them playing in the next room beside us. And I was drifting in and out of sleep. And they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We tell them not to go.
They're not the type of kids
that we tell them not
go
outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them.
But that doesn't mean anything. You obviously weren't out there with them.
Watching them.
She wants to say that she was a good mother, but she's obviously, if they didn't even look at their kids, they don't know what they were wearing. They don't know what Jack was wearing.
And I was drifting in and out of sleep. And they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own.
They're not the type of kids.
We always make sure that we're out there with them. Drifting in and out of sleep. And they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them.
So that doesn't mean that you did that day, obviously. We always make sure, but you don't. You didn't.
Watching them. And they happened to just get out sliding. And
deep breath in, and she's remembering. She's eye accessing a memory, and then she blinks hard, and she pauses.
They happened to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing.
She really seems like she's following a story as opposed to just like telling what happened. Because for me, well, for anyone, I feel like when you ask somebody a question, when they go into chronological order, it just is off, because obviously you'd want to start with the event. Like, I came out of the room, I came out of the house and they were gone. I don't know what happened. We couldn't find them. Would be a better explanation of what happened. You start with the biggest deal that happened, and then you go back and say, we were in bed still. We hadn't gotten out of bed yet. We were whatever, doing whatever. We hadn't given them breakfast yet. We hadn't even seen them yet. It just seems very strange that her story is starting at the very beginning of the day, when I feel like there's a lot being hidden here, and there's a lot of time being hidden by her going and
watching them, and they happen to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens.
And we can't hear it when it opens. And we just so happened, they happened.
And they were outside playing.
It sounds like she's recounting a story that they have agreed upon. That really is what it sounds like to me.
But we weren't aware of it at the time. And the next thing we knew, it was quiet.
What was she going to say there?
The next thing we knew, the
room was quiet.
The next thing we knew, it was quiet. And we get up, and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him,
I don't know why she has to say that. Obviously you're talking about your partner.
Hear the kid? And he says, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids?
I tell him, do you hear the kids? No, I ask him.
And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere.
See, this is where the story should have started, right?
We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. I just had the instinct I needed to call.
You don't have to just explain why you would call. That's not the issue. That's
over
you don't have to explain
explaining
why you called.
Over explaining. That's make
but
the
it
man.
Seems like she feels like she needs to.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes it weird, because I have a problem with, they weren't in school at all the whole week before, so they could have disappeared any day. Something could have happened to them at any point in time. So why does she feel the need to tell us that she felt like calling then? That's what it's red flags.
They're both lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone. They'll talk your ear off.
They'll talk your ear off.
They'll talk your ear off.
It really seems like a negative thing that you're saying.
They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate the huge search effort going on right now. But we've been pushing for an Amber Alert, which hasn't been issued.
So them and their Amber Alert, they're really, really eager, or really just trying to push the narrative, I guess, of wanting an Amber Alert to be called, which is very interesting, because, again, I feel like it's redirecting the attention. They're really trying so hard to get the attention off of them, and they're so certain that they were taken, which is just very odd to me, because it seems very suspicious. Because why would they be so certain that they've been taken?
Not just that they could possibly be abducted, which it is a possibility that they could have been, but just an alert to let everyone know that they are missing. We had people text me saying that they weren't aware, someone else let them know that they were missing, and it would just be nice if everyone could be alerted. We thought maybe we had people text me.
It's interesting to hear as well her uses of pronouns, where it goes I and we. So we had people text me.
We had people text me saying that they weren't aware, someone else let them know that they were missing, and it would just be nice if everyone could be alerted. We thought maybe that we found tracks, but it's still uncertain. It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet, but with the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found. We want them home.
I appreciate how she talks about how they are doing.
It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet, but with the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just...
That one there really bugs me. We're all filled with pain and sorrow. It's like she's moved into grieving already, you know? It's weird. It's really weird.
Want them found.
I still understand, though. There's no movement here. I mean, I'm showing more grief in my forehead just watching this.
We want them home. Everyone loves them.
That's weird.
Everyone loves them.
She doesn't even say that she loves them. She said everyone loves them. She hasn't once said that I love you. She hasn't made a plea to anyone. If they thought that it was an abduction, wouldn't you want to use that platform that you have to say whatever you need to say to them? If you've got my kids, please return them. And humanize them. So you would say, Jack and Lilly are beautiful kids and I love them so much, and say how much you miss them or anything. I mean, wouldn't you use that platform to say something to them or to their captor? But they just instead are talking about their story, about what happened, which granted it is the question that they were asked. But if you were on the news and you had the opportunity to address your captor or their captor, wouldn't you take that opportunity to say something?
They're definitely verbal, and they do have possible autism, but it's not extreme autism. It's just they have issues with school, and they don't catch up with the other kids. I just want to remain hopeful. But there's always, in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst. Last night was one of the worst nights.
See, that's weird to me too, because
in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst. In a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst.
I just feel like she knows something. And that's a very clear point of where her mindset is. Like, you can see that that's the mindset of it. I want to remain hopeful, but I don't know. It's just very strange.
Last night was the worst night because I didn't have them in their beds. Last night was one of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds. And I don't want to go through that another night without them.
I really feel like there's small movements in her forehead. There's chin boss-ish.
And
that eye accessing. She's remembering something.
One of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds.
I'm feeling like I'm not seeing what I should be seeing right now.
And I don't want to go through that another night without them.
That last sentence really gets to me because it's so about her. It's not about them.
Remain hopeful. But there's always, in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst. Last night was one of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds. And I don't want to go through that another night without them.
I can't help but feel like there's just so much wrong here, and I don't know. There's so many things that I'm like it's, I don't know.
I think we hear that it's got to be the Saturday because they would have been in their beds May 1st, according to their story. So May 2nd, they were found missing. So that's the Friday. This would have been Saturday. So the night before they would have been Friday. No, Saturday, DEA. Is it Thursday, May 1st? Was it a Thursday? Hang on, let me check. Got to get to the right year, Got to get to the right year. May 2nd's a Friday. So they went missing May 2nd. They were in their beds May 1st. So this is a Saturday interview, May 3rd. This is Saturday, May 3rd.
I'm just staying as hopeful as possible. I want them home. I want to hold them. And I want them home. What happened was we woke up, I heard them playing in the next room beside us, and I was drifting in and out of sleep. And they're not the type of kids that we tell them not to go outside on their own. We always make sure that we're out there with them, watching them. And they happened to just get out that sliding door, and we can't hear it when it opens. And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time. And they were outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time.
How are they outside playing, but we weren't aware of it at the time? How does that make sense? How does that make sense?
And next thing we knew, like, we weren't aware of it at the time. And the next thing we knew, like, it was quiet. And we get up, and I tell him, my partner, Daniel, I tell him, do you hear the kids? And he says, no. And we get up instantly. We're looking outside. We're looking everywhere, yelling for them. And I instantly just call 911. It's just...
The fact that she said instantly and then instantly again, right in the same sentence, makes me feel like this wasn't instant at all. It makes me feel like she took her time with it. It makes me feel like this happened a lot earlier than what she's saying. It makes me feel like that's a lie, that it didn't happen on Friday.
I just had the instinct I needed to call. They're both really go-lucky children. They're so sweet. They talk to anyone.
That is so interesting, because don't forget, she's not listening to all the narrative that we're listening to, or we were. I'm trying to stay out of the drama right now, but she doesn't know the details and the nitty-gritty that we do. So yeah, exactly. It's very interesting, right? And so we know that there's people that are witnessing it the night before. So those kids were taken, in just my opinion and most of our opinions, the night before.
They'll talk your ear off. They will speak to anyone in a store. Everyone. They're just extremely sweet kids. I appreciate the huge search effort going on right now. But we've been pushing for an Amber Alert, which hasn't been issued, not just that they could possibly be abducted, which it is a possibility that they could have been, but just an alert to let everyone know that they are missing.
It's just like them pushing this narrative of them being missing is like so strange when you think about it, because if they thought that somebody took them, then why wouldn't they address that in front of the cameras? Why wouldn't they make an actual address to whoever has them? That's just going to bother me now.
We had people text me saying that they weren't aware someone else let them know that they were missing, and it would just be nice if everyone could be alerted. We thought maybe that we found tracks, but it's still uncertain. It's been raining and they're probably soaking wet, but with the sun today, I'm hopeful that they are feeling warm. We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want...
That's another weird comment. I'm hopeful that they're feeling warm. I'm hopeful that they're safe, maybe might have been a better choice of words. Like that they're fed. Warm is a weird statement.
Want them found.
We're all filled with pain and sorrow because we just want them found. So it's paying more attention to how they're feeling and what they're dealing with, as opposed to making it about these babies.
Them home. Everyone loves them. They are definitely verbal, and they do have possible autism, but it's not extreme autism. It's just...
And another thing that I mentioned this in my other video, this really bugs me. The fact that the picture that they shared is a picture that is not even clear of them. It feels like it was a lazy job that they did when it comes to, if you're going to send a picture to a news station to have them share the picture of your missing children, why would you have this? Why would you not make it a clear photo of them where you can actually see their features, instead of taking a picture of a framed picture where you can see her phone in the reflection? I just don't understand that. I don't know, that's really bothered me a lot more than, and that was like my first thought, was the very first time that I saw these beautiful children. That was the first thing I thought of, was like, what is that? Like, what is all this? Why couldn't you do better for your kids who are missing? Why wouldn't you want the world to know what they look like? Because this is All I see is a phone.
They have issues with school, and they don't catch up with the other kids. I just want to remain hopeful. But there's always, in a mother's mind, you're always thinking the worst. Last night was one of the worst nights because I didn't have them in their beds. And I don't want to go through that another night without them.
On that note, I'm going to end it there. I will be analyzing the stepfather.
Okay, everybody, we've been here for 4 hours and 11 minutes. As I said at the beginning and a couple times throughout, I'm going to skip the members live tomorrow because I need to rest, but we will continue members lives on Saturdays going forward. But I will see you Sunday at 4 p.m. Eastern, Monday to Friday, 11 a.m. Eastern, Sunday night at 4 p.m. Eastern to cover what's happened over the weekend in the cases. Kim says, yeah, for sure. Speculation only. In another podcast, Malaya friend said that Malaya said that she saw Daniel around 4 a.m. Yeah, I heard that too. Trying to stay out of the speculation zone with this case because there's a lot of he said, she said. We'll go there eventually with the recap, but right now I'm starting on the recap to go through an analysis, more succinct analysis than just covering all of the he said, she said, because we really don't know. I want to cover the succinct analysis first, and then the he said, she said. Maybe we'll have a different perspective of it. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you, honey. Yes, I will see everybody Sunday, 4 p.m. Eastern. You're very welcome. Thank you for being here. Do all the YouTube things. Have a great Friday evening. Stay safe. And hug your loved ones. Hug your loved ones. Yeah, exactly, honey. Exactly. Okay, everybody. Love and light. Cheers. See you Sunday, 4 p.m. Eastern.